What if the sun vanished because a woman was too furious to shine? In a world where gods clash with ferocity and destiny hangs by a thread, Amaterasu, the radiant deity of the sun, retreats into a dark, suffocating cave, leaving the earth shrouded in icy despair. Picture it, a cosmic tantrum so explosive it plunges the universe into chaos. With every heartbeat, life falters. Crops wither, shadows lengthen, and the skies weep tears of ash. Can you feel the weight of darkness pressing down, suffocating hope like a vice? But wait, there's more than just a sulking goddess. Her brother, Susanoo, the tempestuous god of storms, rages against the dying light. He's not just a sibling, he's a force of nature, a wild card flinging himself into the heart of the storm, battling the very dragon that threatens to devour everything in its path. A dragon, you ask? Yes. A serpentine beast with scales sharp enough to carve mountains and a roar that could drown the universe itself. The stakes? Astronomical. A world on the brink of annihilation, and the only thing standing between salvation and utter obliteration is wild fury and reckless valor. With each clash of titans, the ground trembles. Susanoo charges like a rabid bull, his sword gleaming as he slashes through the veil of despair. But can strength alone vanquish the darkness that has seeped into the very fabric of existence? Does recklessness lead to glory, or is it merely a pathway to ruin? And what of the cave? A gaping maw of despair, a cosmic riddle wrapped in shadows. As whispers of ancient prophecies echo through time, the question gnaws at the mind, what lies within? Secrets? Secrets that could shatter the chains binding the sun, that could unleash Amaterasu's fury or bind her in eternal silence. This isn't just mythology, it's the pulse of existence, where laughter dances with darkness, and the absurdity of the gods unfolds in riddles sharper than a dragon's fangs. Picture Susanoo, soaked to the bone, laughing in the face of despair as he battles scales and claws, the pungent scent of sweat and blood mingling with the acrid smoke of battle. Can humor thrive in the horror of it all? Absolutely. Because in this universe, death wears a mask, and the absurdity of existence reveals itself in the most unexpected places. Why would we care? Because this is not just a story of gods, it's a reflection of our very beings, struggling against the shadows, battling against the despair that threatens to consume us. So, are you ready to plunge into the chaos of gods and monsters? To confront the darkness and unravel the threads of myth that bind us? Welcome to the clash of titans, where laughter and terror intertwine, and the fight for existence ignites like a fire in the night. But be warned, the truth is as fierce as the dragon that lurks in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A shadow loomed, dark and heavy, over the ancient landscape, swallowing the last embers of twilight. There was no sound, only the oppressive weight of silence, like a shroud wrapping around the world. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, the distant howl of wind curdling the air. The moon, a mere spectator, watched from a safe distance, its faint glow barely breaking through the gloom. The earth itself felt alive, restless, vibrating with an energy that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. I remember my sister's laughter, the way it danced through the air like sunlight breaking through the darkest clouds. It was the kind of laughter that could pierce through despair, a singular note of hope amidst a cacophony of sorrow. But now, in this chilling moment, all that remained was a haunting echo. She was gone, swallowed whole by the night. I was left alone, grappling with the enormity of loss, a void where her spirit once soared. The shadows whispered secrets I couldn't decipher, taunting me with memories that felt like shards of glass, sharp and unforgiving. Then came the scream. It tore through the silence like a thunderclap, raw and visceral. I knew that scream, that was my brother. He was brave, but even the boldest hearts can shatter, can tremble in the face of darkness. His spirit, once a beacon, now flickered like a candle threatened by the winds of despair. I rushed toward the sound, driven by an instinct more primal than reason, the heartbeat of sibling love propelling me forward. As I neared the clearing, the scene unfolded like an unspeakable nightmare. My brother stood with eyes wide, breathless, staring at the swirling shadows that danced around the ancient tree. The moonlight caught glimmers of something metallic, something sinister. Clutching a shard of obsidian, he trembled, not from the cold but from the weight of fear. "It's here," he whispered, voice barely audible, swallowed by the voyeuristic rustling of leaves and the cries of night creatures. They said the tree was sacred, a remnant of the time when gods roamed the earth, when Amaterasu, the sun goddess, had poured her light upon the world. But now, it felt like a tomb, an ancient relic haunted by echoes of a forgotten war. I could feel it, an inescapable dread wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. What had once been a sanctuary now morphed into a perilous battleground. I remember trembling under the weight of my own inadequacies. Who was I to stand against the encroaching darkness? I was flawed, a shadow of the sister my brother believed I could be. My heart raced, battling the fear that threatened to consume me whole. "We can't let it take you," I pled, my voice cracking under the weight of desperation. I reached for him, fingers brushing against his trembling hand. He was more than a brother, he was my tether to sanity, my last thread of light. But even as I spoke, a flicker of doubt gnawed at my insides. What if I was too late? What if the very gods we revered had turned their backs on us, leaving us to languish in the cold embrace of night? The air crackled, charged with something unholy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were listening, waiting, eager to swallow us whole. In that dreadful moment, I recalled the stories, the legends that wove their way through the fabric of our lives like golden threads through a tapestry. The night Amaterasu had hidden herself in the cave, withdrawing her light, leaving the world in despair. My heart ached with the thought. How could anyone be so hurt, so broken, that they would choose darkness over light? I could feel her pain in my bones, the weight of her sorrow a mirror to my own. I grasped my brother's hand tighter, grounding myself in the warmth of his presence. "We will find her," I promised, more to myself than to him. "We will bring her back into the light." But as the words left my lips, I felt the air shift, the shadows coiling tighter around us. The darkness laughed, a sound like 1,000 hushed whispers, mocking our fragile hope. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in night and dripping with an aura of despair. The smell of earth and decay surrounded them, a haunting reminder of life turned to dust. My heart clenched, recognizing the figure from whispers of old, the embodiment of the abyss. "You seek the goddess," it crooned, voice like gravel scraping against stone. "She does not wish to return." In the light, she learned of the suffering of her people. Who would want that burden? It was a challenge, a taunt, and I felt my resolve waver, doubt creeping in like the night itself. My brother's grip faltered, fear blooming in his eyes. But then I remembered, the warmth of the sun on my skin, the laughter of children echoing in the fields, the beauty of life thriving under Amaterasu's gaze. "She deserves to know," I spat, defiance igniting within me. "We all deserve to feel the sun on our faces again." The shadow figure laughed, a sound devoid of joy, resonating deep within the marrow of my bones. "You think your desires will bring light? You are but mortals, grappling with shadows." But I refused to shy away. I could feel it, the pulse of life beating beneath the darkness, the flicker of hope that refused to die. "And yet, we will fight," I declared, the words spilling from my lips like fire. "We will shake the heavens until they remember us." In that moment, I felt the shift, a flicker at the edge of my consciousness. Was it Amaterasu's spirit reaching out, or merely my own desperate yearning? The ground trembled beneath us, the ancient tree groaning in response. The shadows recoiled, fear rippling through their darkness, and for a breath, I saw a glimmer of light far in the distance, a promise of dawn. But like all moments of hope, it was fleeting. The shadows lunged, hungry for despair, ready to consume us whole. My brother and I stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts racing as we prepared to face the inevitable. I could feel our souls entwined, aflame against the encroaching night. Somewhere, in the depths of darkness, Amaterasu wept, and my heart called out to her, a silent plea that transcended the void. The night swirled, stars flickering like dying embers, but together, we would face the storm. We would not yield to despair. Somewhere, in the distant cosmos, a goddess stirred, and the world held its breath, teetering on the precipice of light and shadow, life and oblivion. The tale was far from over, it was merely the beginning. The wind howled like a wounded beast, a howl that rattled bones and whispered secrets to the trees. In that moment, on the edge of the cosmos, where chaos and order waged their eternal war, a heartbeat thundered, a pulse of destiny, raw and unforgiving. I remember hearing it, my own heart matching the rhythm, caught in the tempest of fate. Out of the swirling darkness, a figure emerged, not yet the god he would be, but a child of storms, clinging desperately to the last threads of innocence. Susanoo stood before the abyss, his azure hair whipping around him like wild tempestuous waves. The earth trembled beneath his feet, a warning that something monumental was about to be born. He was no mere child, he was a promise of calamity and chaos, clad in shadows and whispers. And in that moment, as he gazed into the void, his heart was a symphony of fear and longing, a cacophony of dreams unfulfilled. Beside him, a flicker of light, his sister, the radiant Amaterasu, the sun goddess. She burned with a brilliance that could shatter stone, yet even her luminescence dimmed in the face of Susanoo's gathering storm. Her eyes, mirrors reflecting the cosmos, held a mix of love and dread. They had danced together once, in laughter, in joy, but now a chasm of uncertainty stretched between them, as wide as the horizon that separated day from night. "Susanoo," she whispered, her voice fragile as gossamer. "You must not," but he was not listening. The tempest within him surged, the wild winds clawing at the edges of his sanity. "I am not afraid," he cried out, though the tremor in his voice belied his words. "I will show them what the storm can do." His fists clenched, and with each heartbeat, he felt the thunder rolling in the depths of his soul. Their mother, the earthly deity, watched from afar. A spirit caught between realms, she felt the weight of her children's destinies like boulders on her chest. "Control him, Amaterasu," she implored, desperation threading through her voice. "Before the world knows despair." But Susanoo was a tempest, a force of nature. He had never walked the path of restraint. The shadows whispered sweetly to him, seducing him with visions of power and rebellion. "I want to be free," he roared, a primal scream that echoed through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of existence. "To carve my name into the sky." In that moment, the world held its breath. The stars blinked, casting their ancient light on the chaos that threatened to unfold. I remember feeling the air thicken, almost palpable with the intensity of emotion. A symphony of sorrow and rage played out across the fabric of reality, and I was caught in its thrall, unable to look away. Amaterasu stepped forward, her presence both a balm and a blade. "You think power is freedom, brother? You think destruction is creation?" Her voice shimmered with tears unshed, an aching melody that tugged at the strings of the heart. "You will drown in your own storm if you let it rage unchecked." But Susanoo turned away, the storm in his chest roaring defiantly. "You don't understand. You shine, you are a beacon. But I am darkness, the night that swallows the light. This is who I am." In those words, I felt the weight of truth, brutal and relentless. How often do we fear our own shadows? How often do we reject the parts of ourselves that are not perfect, that do not fit the mold of what is expected? His pain was a mirror, reflecting the fragility of our own identities. Was he to be feared? Or loved, despite his chaos? In the depth of that storm, lightning crackled in his veins, and the world spun off its axis. Trees bent, rivers swelled, and the sky split open. The tempest raged as if it were alive, as if it sought vengeance on the very heavens. The moment was electric, a dance of creation and destruction that sent shivers down the spine of the universe. Amaterasu's heart trembled, torn between love and duty. "If you unleash this storm, brother, the world will not forgive you," she warned, her voice a fragile thread in the cacophony. "And I cannot save you from your own rage." But the winds howled louder, drowning her words, drowning everything, until she felt like a whisper against a roaring tide. In that moment, despair clutched at her heart, unyielding, a vice that tightened with every breath she took. How could she reach him when he was consumed by darkness? How could she save him when he resisted every light she offered? Susanoo roared, his voice an anthem of rebellion as he turned to the horizon, the infinite void calling him forth. The winds wrapped around him, carrying the scent of rain and ozone, the taste of impending change. The cosmos trembled in anxious anticipation. This was no mere birth of a god, this was a reckoning. The storm was both a curse and a blessing, a rebirth that would shake the foundations of the world. And then, in a heartbeat, a single, suspended moment where time held its breath, the storm cracked, releasing its fury. The skies exploded in a deluge of rain and lightning, a baptism of chaos that blanketed the world in electric wonder and terror. Amidst the chaos, I felt the truth settle like a heavy mantle. Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, forever entwined. As the storm raged on, I witnessed the shadows of Susanoo and Amaterasu dancing beneath the weight of their choices. They were not just gods, they were siblings, struggling with love and fear, with their identities, with the legacy that was theirs to shape. I remember the intensity of their emotions, raw and unfiltered, a testament to the bond forged in the crucible of existence. In that storm, I saw the birth of something greater than just a deity, something infinitely human, a struggle for acceptance, a quest for belonging that transcended time and space. The tempest roared, and within it, the echoes of their conflict would linger, a haunting reminder of what it means to be alive. And as the storm surged, I felt the world shift beneath me, like a stage set for a great drama yet to unfold. The storm god was born, a harbinger of chaos, and yet, within that chaos lay the promise of transformation. And so, the tempest raged on, an eternal dance of shadow and light, leaving me with the haunting question, what would it take for Susanoo to find his place amongst the stars? The sun hung low, a crimson orb bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the trembling earth. I stood at the edge of the world, where the sky met the sea, and I could feel the tension crackling in the air like the static before a storm. Amaterasu and Susanoo, their names burned in my mind, whispers of power and conflict. They were not merely gods, they were the very essence of chaos and order, a cosmic balance teetering on the brink of annihilation. I could sense it, the urgency, the weight of their rivalry pressing down on me. Amaterasu, radiant and proud, with her golden hair flowing like the dawn itself, stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. She was the light, the warmth, the nurturing sun that kissed the earth awake each day. But beneath her brilliance lurked a fear, a crack in her celestial armor. She feared her brother, Susanoo, the tempest incarnate, whose wild laughter could shatter mountains. I saw it in her eyes, a flicker of uncertainty. The world was hers to illuminate, yet a shadow loomed, whispering of betrayal. And then there was Susanoo, the embodiment of storms and fury, whose very presence twisted the air around him. In an instant, he could summon winds that howled like banshees, turning the peaceful into the pandemonium. I could hear his voice, a melody tinged with madness, calling to the chaos within. I remember the moment. He stood at the precipice, a figure cloaked in shadows, his wild hair a tempest of its own, his laughter echoing like thunder. I remember the night when he lashed out, a typhoon of rage seeking to drown the world in his grief. Their confrontation was imminent, an inevitable clash of titans, and I felt the earth pulse beneath my feet as if it too was holding its breath. My heart raced, caught in the throes of what was to come. I could no longer stand on the sidelines, I was drawn into their storm, caught in the crossfire of their celestial war. In the end, I whispered, it always comes back to family. I remembered snippets of their shared laughter, the moments before darkness crept in, how they used to be inseparable. As children, they played beneath the stars, weaving dreams from starlight and laughter. But all that had shattered like glass, leaving jagged edges of resentment and loss. They were siblings forged in the fires of different destinies, and now, their very essence was at war. Susanoo, please. Amaterasu's voice, a plea wrapped in desperation, cut through the tension. She stood tall, a goddess of the sun, yet I could see the trembling in her hands. You don't have to do this. But he only laughed, a sound like the cracking of thunder. Why not? Why not embrace the chaos, sister? You hide behind your light, but darkness is so much more freeing. His voice was intoxicating, wild and unrestrained, pulling at the very fabric of my soul. I felt an overwhelming urge to surrender to the chaos, to abandon the safety of light for the unknown depths of shadow. The wind howled, and with it came the memories, fragments of their childhood, innocence entwined with the tendrils of their current conflict. I could see them laughing, their faces illuminated by a gentle moon, but that laughter had long since turned to bitter echoes. I watched as Susanoo's stormy eyes darkened, clouded with sorrow and rage, his heart a tempest of unaddressed pain. And then the moment shifted, the air grew charged, heavy with the weight of unspoken words. "You think I chose this," he roared, and I felt the earth tremble beneath his fury. "You think I wanted to become this? I wanted to protect you, Amaterasu. But you turned your back on me." "Turned my back? I protected you." Amaterasu's voice broke, and for a split second, I saw the cracks in her armor widen. "I tried to save you from yourself." Their pain resonated within me, echoed through the silence that had become a chasm between them. I felt the heartbreak that lingered in every syllable, the anguish of siblings torn apart, caught in a relentless cycle of blame and bitterness. I remembered my own battles, the times I had stood against those I loved, the unbearable weight of misunderstanding pressing down like a leaden cloak. Enough! The heavens themselves seemed to roar in response, lightning cleaving the sky. I could feel the universe shudder, the cosmic balance hanging by a thread. As the storm brewed, I knew they were on the precipice of disaster. The confrontation felt inevitable, a collision of light and darkness that would shake the very foundations of existence. I could sense the impending doom, the moment where silence would give way to chaos, where the celestial siblings would clash in a battle of wills, each blow charged with memories and wounds yet to heal. Time slowed, I could feel each second stretching, each heartbeat echoing through the air, heavy with anticipation. I wanted to scream out, to warn them, to tell them that their love could still save them, but the words caught in my throat, swallowed by the weight of their anger. In that moment, as Susanoo's storm surged and Amaterasu's light blazed, I was filled with the understanding that this was their cycle. The struggle, the conflict, the push and pull of their existence, it was as ancient as time itself. They were the embodiment of the cosmos, the yin and yang, forever entwined in a dance of destruction and creation. And just as the first clash of their wrath erupted, echoing through the heavens like the crash of titans, I stood frozen, a witness to a cosmic tragedy, knowing that whatever happened next would not only change them but would ripple through every corner of existence. For in their hearts lay the key to the universe, a fragile balance that, if broken, would unleash chaos like the world had never known. The air crackled, the universe held its breath, and I stood at the edge of it all, feeling the pulse of their conflict, knowing that the story was far from over. Each heartbeat echoed the truth, love and hate, light and shadow, family and betrayal, all entwined in a dance as old as time itself, waiting for the next step. The ground trembled beneath her feet, a low rumble that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the world. Izumi stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind whipping through her hair like an angry lover, as she gazed down into the churning abyss of the sea. The sky was a quilt of bruised purples and fiery reds, a celestial warning of the chaos brewing within the heavens. She felt it, an electric pulse in the air, a promise of creation mingled with destruction, and suddenly, she was no longer just a girl from the village. She was a part of something primal, something unnameable. I remember, she whispered to the wind, her voice barely audible over the crashing waves. I remember the stories, the gods who wrestled with the earth to shape the islands. I remember the pain and joy intertwined in their struggle. The memories flooded back, haunting and beautiful. She closed her eyes, and there he was, Yuki, her childhood friend, his laughter echoing like a song in her mind. They had carved their dreams into the sand, believing that the world was theirs for the taking. But the weight of the gods' battle loomed heavy, pressing against her chest like a stone. And then, like a shadow slipping through the fog, the memory of his disappearance clawed at her heart. "Where did you go, Yuki?" she murmured, feeling the sharp edge of loss cut deeper. He had always been there, a steadfast anchor in her shifting world, until he wasn't. The gods had taken him, she was sure of it, spiriting him away in their tempestuous fury. "Do you think I'm not worthy?" she had cried out to the heavens once, the salty tears mingling with the ocean spray. But the answer was silence, an unbearable void where his laughter used to be. The earth groaned again, shaking the ground, rattling her bones. "It's starting," she realized, a swell of panic rising in her throat. She had heard the elders whisper of this moment, the one where the heavens would roar and the earth would shudder, giving birth to the very islands that cradled her home. Would it be beautiful? Would it be terrifying? Or both? A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing, a stark silhouette against the violent sky. It was Kenji, the village elder, his face carved with lines of worry and wisdom. "Izumi!" His voice, though firm, trembled slightly, as if he too felt the weight of the cosmos. "We must prepare. The gods are restless." "I can't leave," she said, defiance boiling within her. "I have to know why they took him. Why they took Yuki." Her heart raced, pounding against her ribs like a caged bird desperate for freedom. She could still hear his voice, taunting her, daring her to be brave. "You're a warrior, Izumi. You fight for what you love." Kenji stepped closer, his eyes dark pools of sorrow. "You cannot fight against the will of the heavens. They are beyond our understanding. You must accept what?" She spat, the wind lashing around her, carrying her fury into the sky. "Accept that they toy with us? That they take the ones we love? No. I won't stand by while the world crumbles around me." "Sometimes the greatest battles are fought within," Kenji murmured, regret lacing his words. "You need to find peace amidst the chaos." Peace. The word hung in the air, mocking her. How could she find peace with the taste of ash on her tongue and the weight of loss in her heart? The world felt like it was unraveling, threads of reality pulled tight, ready to snap. She glanced back at the sea, the waves crashing like thunder, each one a reminder of the violence inherent in creation. And then it happened, a blinding flash illuminated the sky, and she staggered back, her breath hitching. The gods had unleashed their fury, a cataclysmic clash of forces. She could almost see them, a swirling tempest of light and shadow, ancient beings locked in a dance as old as time. It was beautiful and horrific, a tapestry woven with threads of life and death, joy and despair. "Izumi!" Kenji's voice sliced through her reverie. "We must go. Now!" He reached for her, but she pulled away, drawn to the spectacle unfolding before her. "Yuki," she called, though she knew he wouldn't answer. The sky roared in response, a deafening crescendo that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. Perhaps, if she screamed loud enough, he would hear her. Perhaps she could reach him in that liminal space between worlds. The ground cracked, a fissure opening, swallowing the earth beneath her. She stumbled, her heart racing, the abyss calling to her. The night sky poured forth, stars swirling like ancient spirits awakening from a long slumber. There, amidst the chaos, a flicker of light. Was it Yuki? Her heart leaped, hope ignited like a match in the dark. "Izumi!" Kenji's voice was urgent now, the grounding force she desperately needed. "You must let go. We cannot fight this." But how could she let go? The love she felt was a fire, a storm brewing inside her, demanding that she confront the truth she had buried deep like a forgotten relic. What if Yuki didn't want to be found? What if he had chosen the gods over her, embracing the chaos as she had always feared? The winds howled, and the heavens trembled, a cosmic battle reaching its climax. And in that moment, as the earth split and the sky raged, Izumi felt an overwhelming surge of realization. Perhaps creation and destruction were two sides of the same coin, and her heart, heavy with grief, also held the key to hope. "I remember," she breathed, surrendering to the tide of emotions washing over her. "I remember all of it. The joy, the laughter, the love, and even the loss." She felt Kenji's presence beside her, a silent understanding passing between them. Together, they stood on the precipice of chaos, caught between the heavens and the earth, a moment suspended in time, where love and loss intertwined like the very strands of the universe. The islands were being born, and with them, the chance for something new, something that could carry the weight of their memories and dreams. The skies opened in a blinding flash, and Izumi felt the earth shift below her, a new beginning rising from the ashes of the old. She squeezed her eyes shut, her heart racing, drawing strength from the storm. In that moment, she understood, this was not the end. This was only the beginning. The air was thick with the stench of smoldering ash, the remnants of creation swirling like whispers of lost souls. In the distance, the echo of a heart-wrenching cry pierced the silence, a sound so raw it could only belong to a being unmade. I stood there, a mere observer, ensnared in the web of time, caught in the tumult between life and death. An eerie darkness loomed, heavy and pregnant with dread, a dark spectre hanging over the land, where light dared not tread. Izanagi felt it first, the lingering weight of despair pressing against his chest. His hands trembled, not just from fear, but from the crushing realization of what lay ahead. "I cannot let you go," he whispered, a mantra filled with desperation, as if uttering it could change the fate that loomed like a storm cloud over his beloved Izanami. Her eyes, deep as obsidian, mirrored the abyss threatening to swallow them whole, blurring the fragile line between life and the after dark. In the chaos of creation, Izanagi had crafted a world pulsing with color and light, where mountains kissed the sky and rivers ran like veins through the earth. Yet, in that moment, all he saw were shadows, ghosts of memories flickering like candle flames on the verge of extinction. "I remember," he murmured, the name of their first child hanging heavy in the air, a bittersweet echo of joy and pain. Kagutsuchi. Izanami stood at the threshold of the underworld, a realm where the air was cold and stale, laden with the cries of lost spirits. Her spirit, once vibrant, now flickered like a dying ember. There was a tumultuous conflict within her, a war waged against the very essence of her being. "Izanagi," she breathed, her voice like wind rustling through dry leaves. "You shouldn't have come. It's too late for me." The heartache in her words dug deep, a dagger twisting in Izanagi's chest. "Too late," he repeated, the bitterness of anguish turning into venom on his tongue. "You are my wife, my love. I will not let the darkness take you." He reached for her, fingers brushing against the cold barrier separating life from the void. The sensation sent shivers down his spine, a reminder of the fragility of existence. "Love cannot stop death," she whispered, a soft lament that resonated with cosmic truth. Shadows danced around her, each flicker pulling her deeper into the abyss, a dark reminder of choices made in the heat of creation. She had birthed the kami, the gods of this world, but in that act, she had also awakened the hell that lay beneath. "Together, we created this," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his throat like a hungry beast. "We can face it, together." The words spilled from his lips, each one filled with a yearning that echoed through the realms. But the distance between them grew, a chasm carved by loss, fear, and the inescapable laws of their existence. Izanami's heart ached as she felt the pull of the underworld, its cruel embrace wrapping around her, promising solace but offering only despair. "You know I cannot return, my husband," she whispered, a tear slipping down her cheek, an offering to the shadows that cradled her. "You must carry on, create what we can no longer share. The kami need you." With each passing moment, Izanagi felt the weight of her words settle in his bones, an anchor pulling him under. "But what of us?" he cried, voice breaking, shattering the silence that surrounded them. "What of the love that brought forth the heavens and the earth?" The darkness trembled, the world around them holding its breath, caught in the tension of their unyielding conflict. The kami, their children, danced in the light above, unaware of the storm brewing in the hearts of their creators. Izanagi's eyes burned with fury, grief igniting a fire deep within. "I will not let darkness take you. I will fight, even if it means facing the gods themselves." He turned, anger coursing through his veins like molten lava. With every step away from her, he felt the distance grow, a rift filled with unshed tears and silent screams. "I remember when we brought forth the land," he said, voice low and fierce, "when we stood together, hand in hand, and breathed life into the void. I won't let that be undone." Life and death are intertwined, Izanagi, her voice resonated, a haunting melody that echoed through the chasms between them. "You cannot escape what has been set in motion. Creation demands sacrifice." "Sacrifice," he spat, rage bubbling over like a volcano ready to erupt. "I won't sacrifice you. Not now, not ever." The pain surged within him, raw and unyielding, spiraling into a tempest that threatened to consume him. With a heart heavy with anguish, he stumbled back into the light, a world pulsating with life, filled with the vibrant colors of creation. The kami, unaware of their heritage, danced beneath the sun, weaving through the fabric of existence like threads of fate. But Izanagi could feel the tremors of the underworld vibrating beneath him, a reminder that even the light carries darkness within its heart. In that moment of fleeting clarity, he realized that they were trapped in a cycle, the relentless march of time binding them to a destiny they could neither escape nor embrace fully. The clock ticked, a reminder that nothing lasts forever, yet everything is eternally intertwined. "Remember me," Izanami's voice lingered in the air, a ghostly echo. "I will always be with you. In every breath, in every child born of your longing." He could feel it, the weight of her love wrapped around him, heavy yet beautiful, a tragic song that would reverberate through the centuries. With each heartbeat, he knew he would carry her memory in the very fabric of creation, a reminder of what was lost, and a promise of what would come. Yet as he turned to the horizon, the shadows of the underworld whispered, beckoning him to the edge. Time stretched and twisted, a promise lingering on the cusp of despair, as he faced the climax yet to be realized, the confrontation that would shape not just their destiny, but the destiny of all Kami. And thus, the dance of creation and destruction spiraled on, an eternal cycle, echoing through the cosmos, a haunting refrain that would never truly end. The shrill wail of the wind cut through the night, a banshee's cry echoing against the ancient trees that towered over the village like silent sentinels, witnesses to secrets buried deep within the earth. I stood in the hollow of an old shrine, the air thick with incense and the sweet, metallic tang of fear. Shadows danced, flickering against the walls, as if the spirits themselves were restless. I clutched my chest, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of my own fragility. I was not alone in this sacred space. Two figures hovered at the edge of the flickering light, their faces illuminated with a mix of terror and resolve. Aya, her eyes wide and glistening like stars caught in a storm, stared into the abyss of darkness that pooled just beyond the threshold of the shrine. "It's him, isn't it?" she whispered, a tremor quivering through her voice. I could taste the fear cascading from her lips, a bitter tang that clung to the air. Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the talisman hanging from her neck, a fragile charm meant to ward off malevolent spirits. But now, it felt like a mere trinket, a flimsy barrier against the encroaching night. Beside her was Haruki, his brow furrowed, a tempest of emotions roiling beneath the surface. The shadows caught his jaw, emphasizing the granite lines of his determination. "We can't let it take her," he said, voice low but urgent, filled with a resonance that echoed in my bones. The weight of his words was a stone dropped into a still pond, rippling outward with the force of unyielding resolve. He was haunted by the specter of his sister, lost to the darkness that loomed just beyond our sanctuary. Her laughter still echoed in his ears, memories wreathed in light now shrouded in shadow. I remember the day we first spoke of the balance between light and darkness, an age-old mantra echoing through the very fabric of Shinto beliefs. "In every spirit, in every breath, there lies a flicker of light," I had said, trying to ignite the flame of hope in our hearts. But now, standing in this shrine, surrounded by the ghostly fingers of night, I was beginning to doubt the very essence of that belief. The darkness was not just an absence of light, it was a living, breathing entity, capable of consuming everything we cherished. A soft rustle pulled my attention, and a chill coursed through the air as if the night itself was cloaked in mourning. I turned, eyes fixed on the shadows lurking behind the ancient stones. "Do you believe in the Kami?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper, the very question wrapping around us like a shroud. Aya's gaze shifted, her throat tightening as she nodded slowly, the depths of her fear mingling with an unshakable belief that had been ingrained in her since childhood. But Haruki, his resolve faltering, shook his head. "Kami or not, it won't save us if we don't act." His words were a hammer, driving home the reality of our plight. Time was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, each second heavy with anticipation, each heartbeat a reminder of the urgency that filled the air like smoke. The trees outside swayed, whispering secrets that only the wind could understand, and I felt the pull of something darker, a looming presence that threatened to break through the fragile barrier of our sanctuary. I could see it now, something twisted and malevolent, lurking just beyond the flickering light. The shadows deepened, and every breath felt like a noose tightening around my throat. I remember my own childhood fears, those dark corners of an unfamiliar room that seemed to breathe with life, the way the darkness felt alive, a predator waiting for the opportune moment to strike. I wanted to scream, to run, to drag Haruki and Aya out of this nightmare, but the weight of their struggles anchored me, forcing me to confront the darkness that mirrored my own fears. "Do you remember the stories our grandparents told us?" Aya's voice broke the silence, trembling with the weight of nostalgia. The ones about the sun goddess, Amaterasu, who fled into a cave, leaving the world in darkness. Her eyes glinted with desperation, searching for a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. Light is always there, waiting to be called back. But those stories felt distant now, like half-remembered dreams fading with dawn, and the darkness felt insatiable, ready to swallow us whole. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the ghosts of past fears merging with present horrors, a cacophony of memories that threatened to suffocate. But at what cost? I whispered, a question lost among the swirling shadows. What if the darkness is too strong? What if the light is a fleeting illusion? The raw emotion clawed at my throat, a desperate plea for understanding that echoed in the hollow shrine. And then, in that heart-stopping moment, it happened. A blinding flash erupted from the depths of the shadows, a light so fierce it cut through the darkness like a sword. I shielded my eyes, heart racing, as a figure emerged from the void, cloaked in a shroud of shimmering light. It was a kami, a spirit wreathed in luminescence, eyes piercing through the gloom. In that moment, terror mingled with awe, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, generations of belief and fear intertwined in a single heartbeat. The kami's voice rang out, a melody laced with pain and wisdom, reverberating against the very stones of the shrine. You stand at the precipice, caught between light and shadow, it intoned, each word a heavy stone dropping into my gut. It is not the struggle between them that defines you, but the choices you make in their presence. In that moment, I understood with a clarity that cut deeper than despair. The light and darkness were inseparable, two sides of the same coin, and we were the ones responsible for tipping the balance. The air crackled with intensity as I exchanged glances with Aya and Haruki, the weight of their fears and hopes palpable in the silence. Time stood still, each second stretching into eternity, filled with the echoes of lost laughter and the promise of what could still be. We were not mere vessels of light or darkness, we were the embodiment of both, fighting against the tide, clinging to the belief that perhaps, just perhaps, love could forge a path through the shadows, illuminating the way forward. And as the kami's brilliance began to dim, the shadows shifted, swirling like a tempest, threatening to swallow us whole. I felt the pulse of our shared struggle thrumming in my veins, each heartbeat a testament to our resilience. The confrontation with our fears was upon us, and there would be no turning back. The battle was not just against the darkness outside, it was against the shadows within, the fears that threatened to consume us. I inhaled deeply, the mixture of fear and determination igniting a fire within me that refused to be extinguished. As the light flickered and the shadows lunged, we stood our ground, hearts intertwined in an indomitable bond. This was our moment, a raw, relentless dance between light and darkness, an eternal struggle that would echo through the ages. The impending confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, and I couldn't help but feel that we were all caught in its eye, waiting for the tempest to break. And in that moment, as the darkness surged forward, I knew this was just the beginning. The shadows stretched long across the earth, whispering secrets of a forgotten time as Amaterasu's light flickered weakly in the distance. The twilight air hung heavy, a shroud of dread wrapping itself around her. The ground beneath her bare feet pulsed with a heartbeat of its own, a reminder of the life she once illuminated. She had once soared above the clouds, her radiance bathing the world in warmth, but now, she stood at the precipice of an unfathomable abyss, teetering on the edge of despair. I remember, she whispered, her voice trembling like the flickering flame of a dying candle. I remember when the sky was mine. But that was before the anger, before the betrayal, before the darkness pooled like ink across the horizon, thick and suffocating. The echoes of her brother's cruel laughter danced in her mind, a haunting melody that twisted her heart into knots. Susanoo, the storm, the tempest. How could he take everything she cherished and reduce it to ruin with a flick of his wrist? Every heartbeat felt like a reminder of her failure, the wounds of her past laid bare. The weight of her decisions pressed down like a stone, dragging her deeper into the shadows. And standing at the edge of this vast emptiness was Yuki, a mere mortal, who could barely grasp the enormity of the cosmic drama unfolding before her. Her breath hitched as she watched Amaterasu, the goddess whose very essence was woven into the fabric of existence, falter. What happened? She dared to ask, her voice trembling. Amaterasu turned, her eyes pools of sorrow and flame. I lost my way, she breathed, the words wrapped in the weight of centuries. I lost my light. Yuki, with her wild hair catching the faint glow of twilight, felt an ache in her chest that resonated with Amaterasu's pain. She had lived a life riddled with quiet despair, her dreams crushed under societal expectations, her heart broken by love that never bloomed. She understood loss, even if her scars paled in comparison to the goddesses. I remember, Yuki repeated, a mantra of solidarity. I remember the nights I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling like a ghost in my own skin. With every word, the chasm between mortal and divine seemed to shrink, pulling them closer together, as if the universe itself conspired to weave their destinies into one. But the darkness was not done with them yet. A rustle in the underbrush sent a chill through the air. A presence emerged, tainted with malice, Yamato, a shadow of a once hero, now a harbinger of chaos. His eyes glinted with a hunger that sent shivers down Yuki's spine, as though he fed off their fear. Amaterasu, he taunted, his voice like ice scraping against rock. You think your descent will save you? You think you can reclaim the light? The air crackled with tension, electric, primal. Amaterasu's flames flared, but the embers of her spirit felt dim against the weight of despair. You know nothing of my journey, Yamato, she shot back, her voice steady, but the crack betrayed her. This is not just a descent, it is a reckoning. Yuki stepped forward, heart pounding, driven by a force she did not fully understand. You're wrong. It's not just about her. Her voice rang out like a bell, cutting through the darkness. It's about all of us who've been lost, all of us who've felt the weight of despair. We can't let fear hold us down. Yamato laughed, a hollow sound that echoed into the void. Brave words, mortal. But bravery won't spare you from the shadows. You are nothing but a fleeting dream caught in daylight. But Amaterasu turned to Yuki, and in that moment, something shifted. The weight of the darkness began to lift, an ember igniting in the depths of her soul. No, she said, voice fierce and unyielding. We are more than shadows. Together, we are a storm. The ground trembled as the air thickened with energy. Amaterasu raised her arms, and the darkness churned around them, a vortex of fury and fear. Memories flashed, childhood laughter, sunlit days, the warmth of family, the bonds of love. Each recollection flickered like stars in a dying galaxy, and for a moment, the light of hope surged stronger than despair. But Yamato would not be easily dismissed. You think you can conquer me with memories, he sneered, his laughter clawing at the fragile atmosphere. The past is a chain, and I will bind you. Time buckled around them, a swirling tempest of emotion. Yuki felt it wash over her, the tide of Amaterasu's memories rising and crashing against them like waves of despair and joy. I remember the sun, she shouted against the rising storm. I remember warmth. I remember life. The shadows writhed and pulled, desperate to swallow them whole, but Amaterasu's light flared brighter, fueled by Yuki's words. We are the echoes of our past, she declared, her voice resonating through the cacophony. We are the stars that refuse to fade. In that moment, everything fractured. Time splintered like glass, the shards reflecting the tension of souls intertwined. Yamato's laughter twisted into a shriek, swallowed by the fierce duality of light and dark, love and hate. And as the chaos erupted, Amaterasu felt herself falling into the very abyss she had feared. But this descent was different. It was not a surrender, it was a transformation, a rebirth. I remember, she gasped, the realization flooding her like a tide. I remember how to rise. Yuki gasped, her heart racing as the air pulsed with potential. They were bound together, two souls in a dance of defiance, weaving a tapestry of light amidst the shadows. In this swirling maelstrom of emotion and chaos, the world spun away, leaving only their fierce determination, two hearts, wild and unyielding, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The darkness roared, a tempest of fury unleashed, but they were not afraid. In the heart of despair, they found strength, a fierce joy igniting in the face of chaos. And as Amaterasu plummeted into the depths below, she did not fall alone. The air crackled with possibilities, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The sky churned an angry grey, thick clouds swirling like the frayed edges of a nightmare. I stood at the precipice, heart pounding like the drums of war echoing in my ears. Beneath me, the world trembled, trees bowed in reverence, or was it fear, as a wind whipped around me, biting harder than betrayal. I could almost hear Susanoo's rage, a storm brewing inside him, a tempest ready to explode. He was not just a god, he was fury and sorrow wrapped in flesh. "Why must you fight, brother?" came a voice, soft yet insistent. I turned, and there was Tsukuyomi, the moon god, his pale light cutting through the gloom like a candle threatened by the wind. His eyes, pools of sorrow, reflected an understanding deeper than the void between stars. "Can't you see? You're tearing us apart." But Susanoo was not listening. He stood tall, fists clenched, a monument of defiance against the very heavens. "They think me a fool," he spat, venom dripping from his words. "They don't see the storms I carry. They only fear them." His voice trembled, the sound echoing like thunder. It was both beautiful and terrifying. The air crackled around him, charged with his rage, a living thing. "I remember the laughter of the wind," I whispered, "the gentle caress of the rain." Memories of simpler days flooded back, when Susanoo danced with lightning in his veins, a child of the storm beaming with innocence. But that child was gone, replaced by a tempest of despair. The laughter had drained, leaving only a haunting echo. "Those days are dead," he growled, glancing at me, eyes wild, reflecting chaos. "They've taken everything. Mother. Father. They left me to drown in the shadows of my grief." "Grief can twist the heart," I said, my own voice trembling, "but it doesn't have to consume you." I reached out, but he recoiled, the distance between us a chasm of pain. In that moment, I understood, this was not just about gods and storms, it was about the echoes of loss that resounded through eternity. It was about family, fractured and bleeding. Tsukuyomi's face fell, mirroring my own heartache. "Do you think I haven't fought my own battles?" Tsukuyomi's tone shifted, a sharp edge slicing through the air. "I've watched the moon fade, felt the chill of despair, and still I rise. You're not alone in this, Susanoo. We are of the same blood." A shadow flitted across Susanoo's face, and in that instant, I glimpsed the boy he once was. His breath hitched, and the storm within him simmered, almost bubbling to the surface. But the ghost of their parents hung heavy, a pall of expectations that suffocated the very air around us. "You think you understand," he snarled, storm winds rising around him, swirling like a cyclone. "You're the favored child, always so serene, so composed. While I am the tempest, the outcast. I've seen what it means to be cast aside, to be forgotten." And as his words echoed, the heavens responded, flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness, illuminating his pain. The world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. I felt the tension coil tighter, a stranglehold on my heart. "Susanoo," I pleaded, "don't let anger blind you. You've always had the power to create, to bring forth life from chaos. Remember the gardens we grew together? The laughter shared over stolen fruit." He faltered, just for a breath, a flicker of the boy weaving flowers into crowns. But the storm roared back, feral and unyielding, drowning out the whispers of memory. "They don't want me anymore. The storms have become my only companions." And then, as if summoned by his despair, winds howled, spiraling around us with furious intensity. I stumbled back, grappling with the overwhelming force. The ground quaked beneath our feet, reminding me of the fragile nature of existence. "Brother!" Tsukuyomi cried, arms outstretched, but Susanoo was consumed by the tempest, a figure caught between earth and sky, between rage and sorrow. "You're stronger than this. You can find peace, peace." He roared, laughter edged with insanity. "Peace is a lie. Look around you. This world thrives on chaos, and I am its embodiment." The storm unleashed, a flash of lightning illuminating the raw desperation etched across his face. Every heartbeat drummed against my chest, echoing the tension like the clash of metal. I could feel the sorrow in the air thick like fog, wrapping around us, pressing down like a funeral shroud. And then came the stillness, oppressive and thick, a moment suspended in time, where even the wind dared not move. In that silence, I saw the truth, the shadows of our past, the ghosts that haunted him. The laughter, the joy, all buried under the weight of our broken family. "Look, Susanoo," I urged, voice trembling with desperation. "Look at what you're becoming. You're not just hurting us, you're hurting yourself. This storm won't fix your wounds, it will only deepen them." For a fleeting moment, his eyes softened, and I thought, just perhaps, there was a way back. But the darkness crept in, the storm's howl drowning my voice. "I will make them see me," he howled to the heavens, a declaration twisted with pain and fury. "I will show them the storm I've become." And in that moment, the world shifted. A cacophony erupted, thunder clapping like an executioner's hand, and the ground trembled beneath us. Sakyuimi's face mirrored my own horror, an unspeakable fear of what was to come, a fear of the destruction of everything we had once known. I reached out, desperate to tether him to the world, to the memories that glimmered like fragile stars against the vastness of despair. "Please, don't do this." My voice cracked, weighted with tears unshed. "Please?" But Susanoo stood alone, a storm god on the precipice of rebellion, poised to unleash fury on a world that had abandoned him. And as the winds howled, spiraling out of control, I realized that even love, as fierce as it could be, sometimes stood powerless against the raging tempest of the heart. With one final, tortured glance, he turned towards the horizon, where shadows danced and chaos awaited. The storm surged forth, threatening to consume everything in its path, and I felt the universe holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of turmoil and love, a dance of destruction that echoed through time itself. And as he disappeared into the tempest, I was left standing in the eerie silence, heart heavy, filled with an unbearable ache. The storm was brewing, dark clouds swirling like angry spirits above the sacred mountain. Thunder rumbled, a deep growl echoing in the hearts of the gods who once revered Susanoo. Lightning struck, illuminating a figure standing on a precipice, his hair wild and eyes blazing with a fury that matched the tempest. This was no ordinary moment, it was the moment his world teetered on the edge of destruction. The air crackled with tension, and time felt suspended. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe, slow, taunting, as if daring fate to take its next step. There he stood, Susanoo, the once beloved god of storms, his spirit torn between pride and shame. He clenched his fists, nails biting into his skin, blood mingling with rain. "I remember," he muttered, voice raw, "the laughter of my sister, the warmth of her son." Yet that warmth was now a distant memory, a flickering candle in the tempest of his disgrace. Would she even recognize him now? The thought twisted like a knife in his gut. Far below, in the valley that once thrived under his protective gaze, the people murmured, eyes wide with fear. They spoke of Susanoo's wrath, of a god turned monstrous, his laughter transformed into howls. I could almost taste their fear, bitter and metallic, mingling with the rain-soaked earth. A girl, no older than 10, clutched her mother's tattered kimono, trembling as she whispered tales of the wind that spoke curses instead of blessings. "Is he coming for us?" she asked, her voice a thread of innocence unraveling in the storm. Her mother, eyes clouded with worry, could only hold her close, the weight of despair heavy between them. The shadows danced in the flickering light of their meager fire, turning their small home into a haunted theater of dread. "No," she lied, trembling, "he watches over us still." But deep down, they both knew. The delicate balance had shifted, and the storm was a harbinger of chaos, each crack of thunder a reminder of Susanoo's fall. And then there was Amaterasu, the radiant sun goddess, her heart a battlefield of conflicting emotions. I could feel her anger radiating like the sun's first rays piercing through the clouds, but beneath it lay an ocean of hurt. She stood in her celestial palace, staring out at the chaos below, her beautiful face hardened with betrayal. "I remember," she whispered, "the days when we laughed together, when the world shimmered like a polished stone." But that laughter now felt alien, a cruel ghost haunting her memories. As the storm raged, her thoughts drifted to their last encounter, to the moment her brother's darkness eclipsed her light. "You have shamed our family," she had cried, words laced with heartbreak. "You've poisoned the bond that once held us together." The look in Susanoo's eyes had shattered her, a tempest of rage and despair, an abyss where once there was love. She had closed her heart, but it bled silently, each drop a reminder of their fractured connection. Back on that precipice, Susanoo screamed, a primal sound that cut through the storm like steel. "I am not the monster you believe me to be." But the heavens answered with silence. The wind howled, mocking his pleas, spiraling around him like a vengeful serpent. He could almost feel Amaterasu's absence, her light snuffed out by his own hand. With every flash of lightning, memories danced before him, childhood laughter, shared secrets, the bittersweet taste of sibling rivalry. Each recollection was a cruel reminder of his disgrace. And then, there it was. A presence, lurking in the shadows of his mind. A figure cloaked in darkness stepped forward, a mirror to his soul's corruption, Yamata-no-Orochi, the eight-headed serpent. "You think you can escape this," the serpent hissed, its voice dripping with malice. "You are bound to your shame, destined to be banished." The word slithered beneath Susanoo's skin, igniting a firestorm of rage. He was not merely a victim, he was the architect of his own undoing. "Banished," he roared, each syllable punctuated by thunder. "You think exile is a punishment? I will bring forth a storm that will drown your shadows." The promise hung heavy in the air, a defiance that echoed through the valley. But deep within, he feared the truth. What if he was unworthy of redemption? What if the storm he unleashed swallowed him whole? With a jolt, the storm intensified, swirling winds tearing at the fabric of the earth, ripping through the echoes of laughter and light. Susanoo's heart raced, his breath hitching in his throat as memories clawed at him, the laughter of children playing in the sunlight, the gentle caress of a sister's hand. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, each pulse a whisper of hope fighting against despair. But Amaterasu, watching from her celestial palace, felt the weight of her brother's pain, his anger, and his desperation. She closed her eyes, imagining the warmth of their childhood. "I remember," she thought. "Once, we were invincible." But now, their bond lay in ruins, splintered like broken glass, sharp and dangerous. She longed to reach out, to pull him from the edge, but the chasm between them felt insurmountable. "Come to me," she whispered into the storm. "Let us mend what is broken." But her voice was drowned out by the roar of thunder, a biting irony that struck at her heart. And so, the conflict began, two souls spiraling into chaos, suspended in a storm that raged both outside and within. There would be no easy reconciliation, no gentle resolution. Only the rawness of emotion, the intensity of despair, and the desperate hope that flickered like a candle in the wind. The world around them trembled, the very air thick with tension. And as lightning illuminated the dark sky, it felt as if all creation held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash, the moment when light and darkness would collide. In that charged atmosphere, I could feel it, a world caught between despair and hope, a family fractured yet yearning to heal. The storm wasn't just a backdrop, it was the embodiment of their conflict, a raw, pulsing heart echoing the truth of their existence. And amidst it all, I felt the gravity of their pain, their longing, and the unspoken promises that hung like a shadow between them. The storm was just the beginning, the real battle lay in the hearts of those who dared to love in the midst of chaos. The cave's mouth gaped wide, a shadow swallowing the light from the world beyond. I stood at the threshold, my heart pounding like a drum against the weight of inevitability. The air was heavy, thick with dread, with sorrow, with something ancient, like the unyielding grip of night. A single flicker of flame danced in the depths, casting long, twisted shapes upon the walls, mocking the light that had fled. What had happened to Amaterasu? Where had the sun gone? I remember the day it all shifted, the moment when laughter turned to whispers of fear. There had been a celebration, the kind that filled the streets with color, joy splashing on faces like paint against a canvas. I remember the way her laughter echoed, a crystalline sound that could pierce even the heaviest of hearts. She had been the light, our goddess. But then, shadows crept in, and with them, whispers of betrayal, the kind that slithered like venom through the veins of our belief. Susanoo stood in the darkness beside me, his face a storm of turmoil. "She's lost," he breathed, his voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. "How do we reclaim her?" His eyes, once vibrant with mischief, now bore the weight of regret and desperation. I wanted to reach out, to anchor him to the moment, but fear held my hand back. What if our attempts only spiraled deeper into despair? I remember the first time I saw Amaterasu emerge from the cave, a radiant figure stepping into a world that adored her. But today, the cave stood as her prison, the light she once held now nothing more than a flickering memory. As I peered into the abyss, I could almost hear her voice, a haunting melody laced with sorrow, calling to us from the shadows. Do you hear it? My voice was barely a whisper, lost in the enveloping dark. She's in there. She needs us. The silence that followed was a thing of its own, a deep chasm that echoed with lost hopes. Susanoo clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, as if the act itself could summon the sun back from its retreat. We can't just stand here, he insisted, a fire igniting in his eyes. We're her siblings. We owe it to her. But how do you convince someone to return to the light when they're wrapped in their own shroud of shadows? I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, of guilt. The unspoken words hung between us, thick and suffocating. Memories played like a broken record in my mind, days spent bathed in her warmth, laughter spilling like sunlight across the fields. I remember when she first danced amidst the cherry blossoms, petals swirling around her like 1,000 wishes. What had turned her from the brilliance of that moment to this endless night? Let me go, I finally said, the words escaping before I could brace myself for their weight. I'll call to her. Maybe she'll respond to me. Are you out of your mind? Susanoo shot back, anger flaring, the kind that ignites desperation. You think she'll listen? She's hurt. She's angry. I took a step closer to the cave, the darkness swallowing me whole. Maybe that's why she needs us. Don't you see? We can't let her be alone in this. His protest fell silent, replaced by the unrelenting pulse of fear that hammered against us. Shadows stretched and twisted, reaching out like ghostly fingers, wrapping around our ankles with every cautious step I took. The cave beckoned, a siren song of desolation, and I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. Amaterasu! My voice rang out, a desperate plea. Please? I'm here. Come back to us. The words echoed, reverberating against the cold stone, but the only answer was the hollow silence, the kind that seeps into your bones and sends shivers racing down your spine. Time coiled around us, a serpent tightening its grip. I could feel the moments slipping away, and with them, the hope of her return. I remembered the stories of gods and their fallibility, of how even the divine can falter under the weight of despair. The very thought clung to my throat, a bitter taste of inevitability. Then, a flicker. A distant glint of something bright. Was it hope, or was it the lingering echo of light? My heart raced, pounding against the walls of my chest. Did you see that? I turned to Susanoo, but his gaze was fixed on the darkness, fear etched deep in his brow. Amaterasu! Come forth! We are here! The cave trembled like the earth before an earthquake, a response to our cries, or perhaps a warning. I felt the temperature drop, icy fingers creeping across my skin. A rush of wind swirled around us, carrying a faint whisper, "Leave me." Amaterasu! I shouted again, desperation spilling over, drowning any remnants of fear. You are not alone. The shadows flickered, alive with rage, and I could almost see her, a silhouette against the backdrop of darkness, radiating pain, anger, and a heart-breaking sadness. I felt something clawing at my heart, a constriction that burned. Please, don't hide from us. A moment stretched infinitely, and in that stillness, I saw glimpses of her, the goddess we revered, the sister we adored, and the woman who had lost her way. Come back. I pleaded, my voice cracking, tears threatening to spill. We need you. The world needs you. But the shadows only deepened, wrapping around her like a shroud. She was there, and yet she was lost to a despair that no amount of light could breach. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, the urgency of now suffocating us. And just as the reality settled, the sensation of inevitability gripped me. I knew this was not just a battle for her light but for our very souls. I took a step back, breath hitching, the distance between us stretching like the chasm of time. Do you really think she can hear us? Susanoo's voice dripped with doubt, but I felt the ember of hope flicker within me, refusing to be snuffed out. I remember, I whispered, what light feels like. I remember her laughter. And in that moment, a surge of longing coursed through me, a determination to fight against the dark. This was not the end, but the beginning of a new battle, the battle against despair, against the shadows that coveted our light. The stakes were high, a cosmic struggle between light and darkness, and we stood teetering on the edge, waiting for a sign. Would she rise, or would the cave claim her forever? As I turned back towards the abyss, the shadows loomed larger, wrapping tighter, threatening to suffocate all hope. But amidst the swirling darkness, I felt a flicker of something. Maybe it was just my own heartbeat, thrumming with the fear of loss and the burning desire to reclaim what was ours. Amaterasu! I called out again, louder this time, more defiantly. We are not leaving you behind. And as the shadows danced, my heart echoed with the promise of light, a flickering flame refusing to be extinguished. Time twisted around us, and with each heartbeat, the battle between darkness and dawn continued, the echoes of our pleas reverberating against the stone walls, waiting for an answer that seemed eternally just out of reach. In the depths of that dark cave, on the brink of despair, I clung to hope like a lifeline, knowing that the story was far from over. The cave may have swallowed the light, but the fight to reclaim it had only just begun. The air crackled, thick with the scent of charred earth and screams that echoed long after they had faded. I stood in the midst of a battlefield, a visceral chaos of twisted bodies and anguish that clawed at my soul. The sky, once a brilliant blue, now loomed heavy with the weight of darkness, as if the very heavens mourned. In the distance, a flicker of flame danced, a cruel mockery of the sun's warmth, the sun that had vanished, leaving us in this endless twilight. I remember the last time I saw her, a fleeting moment, a heartbeat, a memory etched in gold. Amaterasu, radiant and fierce, her laughter like sunlight spilling over the horizon. But that was before the shadows crept in, before the earth trembled in despair. Now, her absence was a chasm, a gaping wound that throbbed with every breath. It felt as if she had taken the light with her, and in her wake, we were left fumbling in the darkness, clutching at the edges of sanity. There, amidst the carnage, was Kato, his hands trembling as he clutched a rusted sword. A soldier once, now a ghost of his former self, marred by guilt and a rage that simmered beneath the surface. Where is she? He roared, slashing at the air as if he could carve Amaterasu from the shadows that enveloped us. The questions hung heavy, unanswered, like the vultures circling overhead, waiting for the inevitable. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of madness, the desperation of a man unmoored, clinging to the thread of hope that frayed more with every passing moment. I remember the stories, he whispered, voice cracking under the weight of his memories. She would rise at dawn, casting away the night. How could the world turn to ash without her? And then there was Rin, crouched low, her heart racing as she tended to the wounded. The blood on her hands was a haunting reminder of our reality, a stark contrast to the dreams she once shared with Kato, of peace, of laughter, of a world bathed in the golden hue of day. But those dreams had turned to nightmares, and now she was a walking spectre, driven by the quiet desperation to save those she could. We can't give up, she murmured, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. We must believe she'll return. Yet, belief felt like a cruel joke. Each passing moment without Amaterasu was a weight dragging us deeper into the abyss. I watched as Rin bandaged a young boy, his arm shattered, his eyes wide with terror. Why aren't they coming? He asked, voice trembling. Where is the sun? My heart twisted, and I wanted to scream, to tell him the truth, that the sun had abandoned us, that we were left to fend for ourselves in a world where hope had turned to dust. I remember the first time I felt the chill in my bones, the realization that we were alone. It was as if the very universe had conspired against us, the stars dimmed, the moon hid behind a veil of sorrow. And yet, amidst the devastation, there were glimmers of defiance. A flicker of light in the darkness, rebels rising, creating chaos in a world already spiraling. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and electric, as Kato rallied a group of survivors. We will rise. We will fight. His voice rang out, a rallying cry against the encroaching despair. I wanted to believe him, to cling to his words like a boy in a storm. But shadows danced at the edges of his resolve, and I knew that the more he fought, the more he risked losing himself. As the fires crackled and the wind howled, I caught glimpses of the ghosts that haunted us, the faces of those we'd lost, the laughter that once filled our lives, now replaced by hollow echoes. I remember the last sunset before the chaos, the warmth on my skin, the comfort of safety. Is this what we were destined for? I wondered, heart heavy with the weight of unanswered prayers. But even in this inferno, amidst the chaos and destruction, we held on to something fragile, a thread of camaraderie. Rin caught my gaze, her eyes fierce with determination. "We cannot surrender," she said, voice steady. "If we give in, then Amaterasu's absence will consume us." Together, we forged ahead, stumbling through the wreckage, fueled by a stubborn hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could summon the light back into our world. Each step was a testament to our resilience, a rebellion against the darkness that sought to devour us whole. The clash of steel, the cries of the wounded, it all blended into a haunting symphony of survival. I remember the cold sweat of fear pooling at my brow, the taste of iron in the air. This was our reality, a world at war, oscillating between despair and a flicker of hope. Every heartbeat echoed in my chest, a reminder that we were still alive, that we still fought. And as the battle waged on, we found solace in our shared struggles, the laughter of warriors echoing amidst the cries of pain, the ashes swirling like memories of what once was. A strange humor arose, a dark laughter that broke through the tension. "If we are to go down, let's at least do it with a sense of absurdity," Kato joked, even as he bore the weight of 1,000 regrets on his shoulders. Time slipped away, a river flowing toward an inevitable confrontation. The sun's absence was palpable, a haunting reminder that we were left to navigate this chaos alone. But still, we pressed on, gripping tightly to the flickers of hope, the dreams that refused to die. I remember the moment when everything changed, a clash of fate, a surge of light breaking through the darkness, a promise of dawn. Would it be our salvation, or would it lead us deeper into chaos? As we stood on the precipice of that moment, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, a cosmic reckoning that would alter the course of our lives forever. No conclusions, no answers, only the throbbing pulse of chaos, the ache of longing, the flicker of hope against a backdrop of despair. Amaterasu may have left us, but in her absence, we had found something powerful, the strength to fight, to stand against the shadows that sought to consume us whole. And as I gripped my sword, heart racing, I knew we would face whatever came next together, united, defiant, and fiercely alive in the chaos of our world. The air crackled with the raw energy of impending chaos, a storm gathering just beyond the horizon of sight. I stood on the edge of the cliff, my heart pounding, each beat a drum echoing in the emptiness. Below, the ocean roared like a beast unchained, waves crashing violently against the rocks, as if they were trying to swallow the very earth itself. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. The moment hung heavy like the fog that clung to the shore. Kira, my sister, stood beside me, her eyes wide and shimmering with fear. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they shook as she clutched the pendant around her neck, a family heirloom passed down through generations. "What if they come for us?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the tumult below. It was a question that lingered in the air, thick and sticky, like the humidity before a storm. I didn't have an answer, and the truth twisted in my gut like a knife. I remembered that night, the one that shattered our lives and scattered our family like glass. The darkness had felt so alive, crawling over us like smoke, stinging our eyes, choking our breaths. The other kami had warned us, their voices a collective murmur of concern that echoed in the depths of my mind. But who would listen to whispers in the dark when the light was so blinding? The kami of the shadows and the kami of the moon had urged us to prepare, but we were young, foolish, blissfully unaware of the storm that brewed outside our quaint village, a storm that felt more like an inevitable reckoning. "Listen," I said, forcing my voice to steady, "we have to find the others. If they're coming, we need to be ready." Kira met my gaze, and for a moment, time stopped. Her eyes were pools of uncertainty, yet within them flickered a flame of defiance. I felt the weight of her fear, palpable and raw, but I also felt the tie of blood, a tether that bound us in this moment of crisis. The sky darkened, clouds rolling in like a tide, and in the distance, I could see shapes forming. Shadows moving fluidly, creeping closer, and my heart raced anew, a frantic drum signaling the approach of something ancient and terrible. The other kami, the ones we had dismissed as myths, were real, manifesting before our eyes like specters risen from the depths of forgotten lore. "Don't look away," I urged, my voice nearly lost in the wind. "They feed on fear." Kira's breath hitched, and I could see the truth dawning on her, a realization that clung to her like a second skin. She had always been the braver one, the fiery spirit who danced with ghosts rather than shying away. But now, the gravity of our situation was a heavy chain binding her to the earth. "Those stories," she murmured, her voice trembling. "All those times we thought they were just tales to scare children, this is real." I nodded, feeling the chill of her words seep into my bones. I couldn't shake the image of our mother's face, pale and haunted, the way she had recounted the tales of the kami around the flickering fire. They weren't mere stories, they were warnings. Our warnings. We turned, racing down the path toward the village, each step pounding out a rhythm of desperation. And then, amidst our frantic flight, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, gaunt man with eyes that glimmered like polished obsidian. His presence was suffocating, a weight that pressed down upon us, drawing the very breath from our lungs. "You seek the others," he said, his voice a smooth blade cutting through the chaos. "But do you truly understand what you are facing?" I swallowed hard, my throat dry and constricted as I felt the urgency of our plight. "We have to warn them. If the kami are coming, the kami have always been here," he interrupted, a sardonic smile twisting his lips. "You think you've been living in peace, but the balance has been disrupted. The other kami are restless." His gaze pierced through me, and I could feel the pulse of something more ancient than time itself thrumming beneath his skin. Kira's hand tightened around mine, and I could sense her fear mingling with anger. "What do you know of our plight?" she spat, the fire roaring back to life within her. "Do you even care?" His laughter echoed like shards of glass, splintering the air between us. "Care? Oh, I care deeply. But your emotions will not protect you when the darkness comes. You must embrace it, learn from it. That is the only way." I felt her flinch beside me, the harsh truth of his words sinking in, the weight of our own ignorance pressing heavily against us. Together, we charged forward, propelled by a desperate need for answers. Every street felt like a labyrinth, twisting and turning until I could barely recognize my surroundings. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets, taunting us with what lay ahead. Time ticked away like an erratic heartbeat, and the villagers began to gather, a motley crew of fear-stricken faces. I saw their eyes widen, glistening with anxiety as the storm loomed closer. They sensed it, something primal stirring in the air, and I felt my own dread mirrored back at me. Kira stepped forward, the flames of determination igniting her spirit, and I knew she was about to speak truths that would ripple through our lives forever. "We must band together," she said, her voice rising above the swell of worry. "The kami, they are not our enemies. They are our heritage, our legacy. We need to protect our home." I could feel the tension in the air, thick and electric, every heart beating in sync with the rhythm of that moment, the call to arms reverberating through our very souls. But as Kira spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely a prelude, a haunting refrain echoing through the corridors of time. The kami were restless, and the storm was just the beginning. We stood on the precipice of a confrontation that would test us beyond our wildest nightmares, a battle not just for our lives but for the very essence of who we were. With each passing moment, I could sense the darkness creeping closer, shadows lengthening, weaving through our reality like smoke, and I knew this was not the end. It was the unfolding of something far greater, a tapestry of destiny stitched with threads of fear and hope. The kami watched, waiting for our next move, and somewhere deep within, I felt the pulse of ancient magic, a call to action that could not be ignored. And so we gathered, a chaotic symphony of voices blending into one, ready to face what awaited us in the shadows. The cave yawns before us, a dark mouth swallowing the last rays of daylight. A chill settles in the air, thick as fog, hanging heavy with the weight of what's hidden inside. I can almost hear the heartbeat of the earth, a low thrum of anxiety vibrating through the ground. My fingers tremble as I grip the rough edge of the rock, each jagged fragment biting into my skin like the sharp edges of truth. The plan is flawed, a threadbare tapestry woven from desperation and fear. But what choice do we have left? I glance at Tsukuyomi, his face cast in shadow, a mask of stoic determination barely veiling the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "This is madness," he whispers, his voice almost drowned by the silence pressing in around us. I want to scream, to shake the certainty from his bones, but I can't. I remember the laughter of the sun, the warmth that once draped over our land like a beloved blanket. Now, all that remains is a bitter cold, gnawing at the edges of my heart. "You think we can just wait?" I shoot back, my voice sharp as a blade. "While darkness festers and the world loses hope, we just sit." No. The fire in my chest ignites, but the flickering flame is as fragile as it is fierce. I can feel the weight of history pressing down, the burden of our ancestors whispering in the winds, urging me forward even as the shadows stretch and writhe like serpents ready to strike. Amaterasu, our sun goddess, has retreated into that hollow abyss, cloaked in despair, leaving us in an eternal night. I remember the stories, the vibrant colors of her radiance, the laughter that danced among the stars. The world has become a silent ghost town, haunted by memories of what was. Beside me, Haina shifts nervously, her hands clenched tightly, nails biting into her palms. I see the fear in her eyes, the reflection of my own turmoil staring back at me. "What if it doesn't work?" she breathes, the question hanging in the air like a noose. I want to tell her that we have come too far to turn back now, that every second spent in this darkness is a second too long. But the truth is, I don't know. I've seen too many failures, felt too many hopes crumble like brittle leaves beneath the weight of reality. It has to, I finally say, my voice a fragile thread. We have to believe. The plan is simple, but in its simplicity lies a terrifying complexity. We'll lure her out, coax the light from her hiding place. We'll ignite her spirit with music, laughter, joy, the very things she once bestowed upon us. But how do you coax the sun from its cave? With a song? A dance? Or does it take something more potent, something that cuts to the very bone? As we stand on the precipice of hope and despair, I remember my dreams. In them, I see Amaterasu, her silhouette flickering like a flame, caught between worlds. What if she doesn't want to come back? I whisper to myself, the words tasting like ash. What if she's content in her darkness? The thought sends a shiver down my spine, a voice echoing in my mind, a ghostly reminder of our place in the universe. I close my eyes, and for a moment, the cave is not just stone and shadow but a living entity, pulsating with the weight of the cosmos. I can feel time slipping away, the ticking of a clock echoing in my bones. We gather at the mouth of the cave, our instruments clutched tightly, an orchestra of the damned ready to play for a goddess who may never hear us. Haina strums her shamisen, the notes shivering in the air like whispers of forgotten laughter. Tsukuyomi beats a drum, each thud resonating like a heartbeat, a call to arms against the silence. The sound echoes, calling to the depths, reaching into the void where Amaterasu hides. "Come back to us!" I scream into the darkness, my voice raw and ready to crack. "We need you!" But the cave answers with only silence, a heavy blanket that suffocates our hopes. I can feel my heart racing, the rhythm of desperation pounding in my ears. With each beat, doubt seeps in like poison, turning my resolve to jelly. And then it happens. A glimmer, a flicker of light deep within the cave. My heart stutters, caught between hope and fear. "Did you see that?" I breathe, my spirit ignited by the spark of possibility. Haina nods, her eyes wide with wonder, while Tsukuyomi's expression hardens into determination. "We must keep going," he says, the steel in his voice igniting a fire within me. The light flickers again, dancing like a firefly in a sea of darkness. My pulse quickens, running wild like the frantic beat of drums, and I can't help but step forward, drawn by the promise of what lies ahead. But the shadows loom larger, creeping closer, threatening to smother our fragile hope. What if it's a trap? Haina whispers, her voice quaking. I want to tell her that it doesn't matter, that we've already gambled everything, but my throat feels tight, constricted by the dread that coils around us like a serpent ready to strike. Then we face it together, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. We either bring her back, or we become shadows ourselves. The light pulses again, a heartbeat echoing in the abyss. I can see it more clearly now, a golden thread weaving through the darkness, and my heart aches with the weight of what's at stake. I remember the laughter of children playing beneath the sun, the warmth of summer days stretching endlessly, and it drives me forward. We step into the cave, a procession of trembling hearts orbiting a fragile light. The darkness swallows us, but for the first time in what feels like an eternity, I can feel the warmth of hope blooming inside me, reckless and wild. Amaterasu! The name spills from my lips like a prayer, each syllable laden with desperation and yearning. We've come to bring you home. In that moment, I can almost hear the universe sigh, a breath held for too long finally released. The shadows stir, and the light flickers, growing brighter, more intense. The cave resonates with the sound of our hearts colliding, echoing in the darkness like a promise, fierce, raw, unyielding. And as we push deeper into that living void, I realize that this is more than a plan, it's a lifeline. A thread connecting us to the light, to each other, to everything we've ever lost. We are not just fighting for Amaterasu now, we are fighting for ourselves, our very existence. The pulse of hope beats in the depths, as we step further into the unknown, where the shadows of doubt whisper and the light beckons, daring us to chase it into the heart of darkness. The shrine was alive with a cacophony of whispers, the air thick with incense and the raw, pulsating energy of a people desperate to touch the divine. I stood at the edge of the gathering, heart pounding like a war drum, a mere shadow of the chaos surrounding me. The sun was a reluctant guest in the sky, cloaked behind thick clouds that felt like an omen, a warning of the impending crisis that gripped the village. They said the sun goddess, Amaterasu, had turned her back on us. And when the sky darkened, so too did our hearts. My fingers trembled as they clutched the tattered edges of my kimono, a ghost of fabric that felt both comforting and suffocating. I remembered the stories of my childhood, tales woven with hope and dreams, where the sun goddess danced across the sky, illuminating our lives with warmth. I remember, I whispered under my breath, the days when shadows were just stories, not our reality. It felt as if the very earth beneath my feet was holding its breath, waiting for something, anything, to shift. Across the flickering torches, I caught sight of Haruki, his face carved with worry, a boy whose dreams had once soared as high as the sun. His raw emotions mirrored my own. He was a vessel of unspoken fears, a kindred spirit lost in a sea of uncertainty. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of rebellion, the spark of desperation. He had always been the one to urge us to dream bigger, to reach for the stars, but now, with the sun shunning us, his spirit seemed dimmed, exhausted from the weight of our collective despair. I can't do this, he muttered, his voice a ragged whisper that cut through the noise like a blade. The words hung in the air, heavy with hopelessness. What if she doesn't come back? Beside him, Yuki danced, a flicker of light amidst encroaching darkness. Her laughter was a melody, a haunting echo of joy that felt both brave and reckless. She will come. She must. But even her vibrant spirit was waning, shadows carving lines into her youthful face. I knew she clung to hope like a drowning sailor to a piece of driftwood, but deep down, we all feared the tide was turning against us. As the drums began to beat, a rhythmic heartbeat of desperation, I felt an electric thrill coursing through the gathering. The people formed a circle, faces painted with ash and fear, eyes reflecting a longing that felt almost primal. I stepped into the circle, pulled by an unseen force, as if the cosmos itself was drawing me closer to the pyre of our collective heartache. Tonight, we dance, the elder's voice boomed, a raw rasp that threatened to crack. Tonight, we call to Amaterasu. We entice her back. Each word was a spell cast into the dark, a desperate plea to the universe. My pulse quickened, and I could feel the air shift, charged with unspoken emotions. The ritual began with tentative movements, hesitant at first, as if the earth itself was unsure of our intent. With each step, I felt the tension rise, our fear mixing with fervor, hope colliding with despair. I remembered my grandmother's stories, how the dance was not just a call but a conversation with the divine. It was an offering, a plea dressed in the form of movement and passion. Yet now, as I moved, it felt like a last-ditch effort, a desperate grasp at something that might never return. And then came the moment, a crescendo of sound, a surge of bodies, a whirlwind of motion that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. The drums pounded like a wild heartbeat, each thump resonating in my chest, urging me to go deeper, to give more. I remember, I chanted along with the others, our voices rising in unison, echoing off the ancient stones of the shrine, blending with the cries of desperation. But shadows flitted at the corners of my mind. I caught sight of Haruki, his eyes glazed over, and it struck me like a cold gust of wind. He was afraid to believe. Beneath the surface, I felt his turmoil, his doubt, a ripple of darkness that threatened to consume him. Haruki! I reached out, my voice breaking through the wild rhythm. Don't let her go. We need her, please. For a moment, our eyes locked, an electric charge flowing between us, raw and exposed. What if she doesn't want us? He whispered, the words slicing through the swirling chaos of the dance like a knife through flesh. My heart clenched at the vulnerability in his voice, the fear that his love for the sun goddess was met with indifference. What if we're too late? Yuki, sensing the chasm opening up between us, spun faster, her movements a blur of defiance against the encroaching darkness. No. We will not give in. We will not surrender. Her words rang out like a battle cry, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope reignite in Haruki's eyes. As the dance spiraled into a frenzy, the atmosphere thick with emotion, I felt the world around us begin to shift. The winds howled, carrying whispers of the past. Was it the goddess? Was she watching? I could almost feel her presence, an ethereal embrace wrapping around me, urging me to shed my fear, to let my spirit merge with the rhythm of the dance. Each step was an echo of desperation, a plea for redemption. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, letting the music wash over me. I remember how the sun kissed the earth, I breathed, how it warmed the hearts of lovers and lit the paths of the lost. The air was electric, charged with the weight of our hopes, our desires. And then the drums shifted, a syncopated rhythm that felt like a heartbeat quickening in anticipation. The elder raised his arms high, a silhouette against the flickering flames, as if calling down the very essence of the cosmos. Amaterasu! Hear us? But would she? Would she answer our desperate cries, or would we remain lost in our shadows, the sun forever out of reach? I could feel the tension building, the world around us teetering on the edge of something monumental. And as the night deepened, our hearts pounding in unison, we clung to the fragile thread of hope, praying for the dawn. The mirror hung between shadows, a glint of polished obsidian reflecting the flickering flames of the altar candles. It was not merely glass, it was a portal, a heart of truth and torment. I stood there, breathless, as the air thickened with incense and despair. My pulse raced, a chaotic drumbeat in the hushed silence of the shrine, where whispers of the past curled around me like specters. Yuki was beside me, her eyes wide, mirroring the confusion swirling in my own heart. She reached out, trembling fingers brushing the surface of the mirror as if trying to touch the very essence of her soul. The mirror, revered in Shinto, held the weight of worlds, the reflections of not just ourselves, but the lives we led and the choices we made. It demanded honesty, unflinching and brutal. I yearned to look away, to escape the haunting reality that mirrored back at me. But I felt drawn, captured by the intensity of the moment. It was as if the mirror itself breathed, heavy, labored breaths filled with longing, revealing the fractures of my spirit. I remember the first time I saw my reflection there, Yuki whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the thick air. I thought I was beautiful. She giggled, but the sound broke, splintering under the weight of unspoken fears. But then I realized, it showed everything. The scars, the shame, the fear. It never lies. Her words wrapped around me, squeezing tighter until I could taste the bitterness of regret on my tongue. Yuki had always been my anchor, the one who kept me tethered to the surface as I floundered in the depths of my own inadequacies. Yet here, in the flickering half-light, I saw how far she had strayed, how far we both had wandered from the light. The mirror became our judge, our executioner. I could almost hear the whispers of the spirits trapped within it, their souls crying out for redemption. Across the room, Taro stood like a statue, rigid and unyielding. His eyes were dark pools, reflecting the storm inside. I knew he was grappling with the weight of his own demons, a past marred by failure and betrayal. In moments of vulnerability, he had shared pieces of his story, fragments of a life once lived with honor. But now, it all felt like a distant echo, fading into the silence of the shrine. "You can't escape the truth, Taro," I wanted to scream, but the words lodged in my throat, a bitter truth I wasn't ready to confront in myself. "Sometimes I wish I could shatter it," he said, his voice low, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "The mirror only shows the ugly parts. It doesn't reflect hope or dreams. Just darkness." His fists clenched, knuckles white, as if he were wrestling with shadows that crept closer with every heartbeat. I took a step forward, compelled by an urge to reach out, to break through the barrier of despair that encased him. "But what if the darkness is part of us, Taro? What if the mirror is just reminding us of what we need to face?" "We can't keep running," I said, though the weight of my own truth felt suffocating. The echoes of my past were unsettled, whispers of broken promises and shattered dreams. The air thickened, the atmosphere electric with tension. Yuki closed her eyes, drawing in a shuddering breath, as if trying to summon strength from the depths of her spirit. "I see you," she said softly, turning to me. "All of you. The fear, the guilt. And maybe it's okay. Maybe we can find our way back, together." I wanted to tell her that I was afraid of the way the past clawed at me, that I wasn't sure I could bear the weight of my own reflection. But the mirror pulsed, demanding honesty, demanding vulnerability. I felt like a moth drawn to the flame, teetering on the edge of self-destruction. "I remember the dreams," I murmured, letting the memories wash over me. The way they whispered promises of a different life. "I remember the laughter, the light." But then the shadows came. "Shadows," Taro echoed, his brow furrowed, as if the word itself held a deeper meaning. "They've always been there, haven't they? Just waiting for us to falter." "Yes," I breathed, my heart pounding as the realization hit me. "They're part of us, a reflection of all that we hide. The mirror doesn't just reflect our flaws, it shows us our potential, our capacity to rise from the ashes." I reached out, my hand trembling, hovering just above the surface of the mirror. "If we confront the darkness, maybe we can find the light." The flames flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced across the walls like lost souls searching for solace. In that moment, I felt the weight of time pressing against my chest, the past, the present, the fragile threads of fate intertwining before me. I watched as Taro's expression shifted, a flicker of understanding sparking in his eyes. Yuki, too, seemed to grasp the magnitude of our collective truth, her determination growing like a wildflower breaking through concrete. "I am more than my scars," I whispered, finally breaking the spell cast by the mirror. "We all are." The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting us, weaving a tapestry of hope amidst the darkness. But as I pulled my hand away, I knew the journey was far from over. The mirror would always hold its secrets, its truths, and its haunting reflections. In that dim shrine, where shadows mingled with light, we stood at the precipice of possibility, three flawed souls bound together by the shared weight of our truths. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for us to take the next step. The mirror was not just a reflection, it was a challenge, an invitation. And in that haunting silence, I knew we would face it together, no matter the cost. The darkness clung to the village like a thick fog, suffocating, relentless. A cold wind howled, carrying whispers of despair that echoed off the wooden shanties, shaking their very foundations. Each breath tasted of ash, remnants of hope reduced to embers. I stood in that silence, heart thrumming like a wild drum, feeling the weight of loss drench my skin. The moon, once a beacon, now cowered behind dark clouds, hiding from the horror below. The villagers had gathered at the center, faces painted with fear and despair, eyes empty but for flickers of remembered light. I watched as Akira, my oldest friend, his hands trembling, clutched a faded amulet, a relic that had been passed down from generations, a promise of protection. Yet, it felt like a cruel joke now. What good was an amulet when the sun itself had gone? Amaterasu, Akira whispered, choking on the name. It was a prayer and a plea, a desperate call to the very goddess who had once wrapped our world in warmth and brilliance. Where are you? The words fell from his lips like fragile glass, shattering in the silence. I felt his pain claw at me, the weight of unspoken fear suffocating his spirit. Stop it! I shouted, my voice raw, breaking through the thick air. They were looking to me, their faces turned, expectant, as if I held the power to summon the light back into their lives. This isn't the end. But even as I said it, doubt curled in my gut, a serpent of despair coiling tighter. I remember the sunlit days, the way laughter danced on the air, warm and free. I remember my sister, Yuki, her bright smile radiating joy, as if she were a fragment of the sun itself. Before the shadows crept in, before the sickness took her. We must believe, I said, although the words came out like smoke, too thin to grasp. Then came the thunder, an ominous rumble in the distance, stirring something dormant within us. I turned instinctively, eyes drawn to the horizon, where jagged silhouettes danced against the darkened sky. The villagers murmured, unease thickening the air like a suffocating blanket. Akira's grip tightened on the amulet, knuckles white. And then I saw it. A flicker, like a dying star, pulsing against the void. My breath caught in my throat. Hope, or was it merely a cruel trick of the night? That way! I shouted, pointing towards the trembling light. The crowd stirred, a wave of uncertainty crashing against the rocks of our fear. We must go. But Akira hesitated. I could see the battle raging within him, fear versus faith. What if it's just the darkness playing tricks on us, he murmured, eyes darting to the shadows that loomed, threatening to engulf us whole. I felt anger boiling in my chest, raw and consuming. How could he doubt? How could he not yearn for the light? Are you willing to stay here and do nothing? I shot back, desperation fueling my fire. Yuki wouldn't want this. She wouldn't want us to cower while the shadows claim our lives. The mention of my sister hung heavy in the air, a ghost that haunted us both. But even as the words fell, I could see the flicker of resolve igniting in Akira's eyes. Fine, he said, voice steadying. But if this leads to our doom, it's on you. I nodded, heart pounding as we turned towards the light, a fragile thread of courage pulling us forward. The villagers followed, a hesitant flock, hope trembling on the edge of despair. With every step, the ground felt alive, thrumming beneath our feet, as if the very earth was aware of our plight. The air thickened with anticipation, each heartbeat a countdown to the confrontation I knew was inevitable. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a burden carried by generations who had faced their own darkness. We were their echoes, their unfinished stories. As we moved closer, the light grew, flickering like a candle in the wind, revealing a figure silhouetted against the glow. A woman, her hair flowing like molten gold, a crown of flames encircling her. Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, the embodiment of hope. Yet her gaze was filled with sorrow, a deep sorrow that resonated within me, a wound I hadn't realized I carried. Why have you come? Her voice was a melody, both haunting and beautiful, echoing across the void. You seek the light, but are you ready to face the darkness within you? A chill ran through me, ripping through the fabric of my bravado. Could I confront my own failures? My guilt over Yuki's death? The shadows of doubt that had haunted me since? Akira's uncertainty mirrored my own, and I felt the weight of our shared past pulling at my heart, our childhood laughter now twisted into anguished cries. Please, I heard myself say, trembling. We need you. The world needs you. But Amaterasu merely shook her head, the flames around her flickering with a life of their own. To bring light back into the world, you must first confront your darkness. It is time to reconcile with what you have lost. I could feel the truth of her words settling over me, heavy like a cloak of regret. The confrontation I feared was not with the darkness outside, but the shadows within. I remembered Yuki, her laughter, the warmth of her embrace, and the day everything changed. The day I could have saved her? With a shaky breath, I stepped forward, heart racing. I whispered, I remember everything. Each word was a shard of glass, cutting deep into my soul. The goddess nodded, a glimmer of understanding passing through her eyes. Then let the light guide you, she said softly, and as the darkness loomed closer, I felt the flicker of hope igniting within me, a fire that could burn brighter than any shadow. And just like that, the confrontation began, not with weapons drawn, but with bare hearts laid open, the light stirring, waiting, watching. Tension crackled in the air, a palpable force that drew us all in, as if time itself had paused, waiting for the moment truth would burst forth. I felt Akira's hand on my shoulder, a solid anchor amidst the storm. "We are not alone," he murmured, and I nodded, feeling a swell of courage rising within. The shadows were encroaching, but we were ready, standing resolute against the tide. The light was returning to the world, but first, we must awaken it within ourselves. The dance of darkness and light had begun, and now, there was no turning back. The air hung heavy, thick with the stench of smoke and ash, as I stood at the edge of the village, heart pounding like a war drum. The sky had turned an unnatural shade of crimson, a warning perhaps, or a promise of doom. In the distance, the monstrous silhouette of Yamata-no-Orochi loomed, 8 serpentine heads glistening in the fading light, each one a living nightmare, eyes burning with a hunger that snatched the breath from my lungs. I felt the weight of history pressing upon me, a legacy of terror and despair that had haunted our people for generations. Keed stood beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutched a tattered cloth, a remnant of her brother's tunic, lost to the beast's insatiable appetite. Her face was pale, a canvas of fear, but her eyes danced with a fierce determination that flickered like a candle in the dark. "We'll end this," she whispered, voice barely a thread against the wind that howled like a wailing ghost. I wanted to believe her, but doubt gnawed at me, a relentless shadow stalking my every thought. Memory surged like a tide, dragging me back to countless nights spent huddled by the fire, listening to the elders tell tales of the dragon's wrath. I remember the stories, each one laced with the stench of fear, the image of the beast's scales shimmering like obsidian under the moonlight, terrifying and beautiful all at once. "They say he demands a sacrifice," my father had said, his voice a low rumble, "a virgin maiden, every year." And I remember the gasps that echoed in the room, the horror etched on each face. As I stood there, the ground trembled beneath us, a warning rumble that sent chills racing down my spine. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, their voices woven into the fabric of the night, a plea for vengeance, a call for justice. But justice came at a price, and I wasn't sure I was ready to pay it. The thought of Keed's brother gnawed at my heart, a gaping wound that refused to heal. I turned to her, my voice shaking with urgency. "What if we fail? What if we're just 2 more souls lost to Orochi's hunger?" I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She drew in a breath, steadying herself as if preparing to leap into the abyss. "We won't fail," she said, conviction solidifying her words. "We have to believe. For him." The way she spoke his name, Kato, it was a haunting melody, a reminder of what was at stake. I clenched my fists, the dull pain grounding me. The world grew still as the dragon's roar echoed through the valley, a bone-chilling sound that reverberated in my chest. It was a primal scream, a challenge thrown to the heavens. An instinct screamed at us to run, to hide, but there was no escaping this nightmare. Keed stepped forward, her eyes fierce and brimming with a fire that dared the darkness to come closer. In that moment, the shadows shifted, coiling around us like a serpent preparing to strike. The villagers had gathered behind us, faces pale and haunted, each of them carrying their own burden of loss. I saw old women gripping their brooms like swords, fathers clutching their children to their chests, and lovers entwined in a desperate embrace. Fear mingled with hope, a volatile cocktail that could ignite at any moment. Keed raised her voice, a battle cry that cut through the silence, and I felt the swell of courage rise within me. "We are not alone. We fight for every person Orochi has taken. For Kato." The villagers surged forward, rallied by her words, their spirits ignited into a fierce inferno. I was swept away in the tide, the heat of their resolve pushing me forward. My heart raced as I recalled the stories, the visions of brave warriors who had faced the beast and fallen, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. but those were tales of the past. This was our moment, a chance to carve our own story into the annals of history. As we climbed the hill toward the dragon's lair, the ground shook beneath us, as if the very earth trembled in fear. I glanced at Keed, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the reflection of my own terror mirrored in her eyes. Would we be merely another tragic tale, or would we become legends? The air crackled with electric tension, every heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable clash. I could feel the dragon's presence, its eyes boring into my soul, judging, weighing my worthiness. What would it find? Would it see a coward? A hero? And then, there it was, a flash of scales, a glimmering nightmare coiling through the shadows. The dragon emerged, a behemoth of scales and fury, each head twisting, seeking, and sniffing the air as if the scent of our fear was a banquet laid before it. I swallowed hard, a lump of dread choking me. Keed stepped forward, a warrior in the face of madness, her voice steady. "We will not sacrifice another." A challenge echoed in her words, and I could see the fire igniting in the hearts of those around us. The first strike came, a whip of a tail, crackling like thunder. We scattered, fear igniting chaos, and I felt my heart race, pounding like a war drum in my ears. The beast roared again, a sound that clawed at the edges of sanity. It was a cacophony of terror, a reminder that we were mere mortals standing against a force of nature. And yet, amidst the chaos, something deep within me ignited. I remembered the stories, the old legends that spoke of bravery and sacrifice. I remembered the laughter of my childhood, the warmth of family, and the comfort of home. I remembered Keed's fierce spirit, her unwavering gaze, a beacon in the dark. And in that moment, I knew this was our battle, our legacy. The past would not define us. The future was ours to seize, and as I raised my sword, the fear began to melt away, replaced by a fierce determination. We would fight, not just to survive, but to thrive. I stepped forward, heart racing, each breath heavy with the weight of destiny. The dragon roared, the world trembled, and we surged forward, a tide of defiance against the overwhelming terror that had haunted our people for too long. No longer victims, we became warriors, ready to face the abyss. And so, the dance began, the clash of fate and fury, woven into the fabric of time. The rain fell like 1,000 whispers, each drop a secret desperate to escape. Night cloaked the village in a shroud of shadows, and the air was thick with a tension that crackled like the sky above. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, surrounded by the hushed murmurs of the terrified townsfolk. They spoke of the eight-forked serpent, the beast of nightmares that slithered through their thoughts, an ancient terror etched into their very souls. I remember the scent of damp earth, the metallic tang of fear, swirling around me, suffocating yet electrifying. As I pressed my back against the wall of the crumbling tavern, I caught sight of Hikari, her eyes wide, reflecting both the starlight and her own fear. She was the embodiment of uncertainty, as fragile as the flickering lantern that danced beside her. A young woman caught in the whirlwind of impending doom, her hands trembling as they clutched the amulet passed down by her ancestors, a charm meant to ward off the dark. "Why do they always speak of it?" she whispered, voice a mere flutter against the thunder. "Why won't it let us go?" Each word dripped with longing, a plea for liberation from stories that wrapped around her like chains. The villagers believed in the serpent, a creature birthed from the chaos of the cosmos, whose 8 sinister heads reigned over the rivers, their venom weaving through the lives of those who dared to cross its path. She was not just afraid of the creature, she was terrified of the legacy it carried, a legacy that loomed over her future like a ghost. I remember the way her eyes darted, scanning the horizon, searching for a sign, for salvation. But salvation felt like a distant dream, a flicker of light swallowed by the darkness. The serpent was not just a beast, it was an embodiment of every unfulfilled promise, every forgotten love, every silent scream. It was an insatiable hunger that gnawed at the edges of our existence. Then, there was Takashi. Strong, steadfast, a warrior wrapped in echoes of glory, yet beneath the armor, he was a tempest of doubt. I could see the storm brewing within him, the fierce battle between his duty to protect and the weight of his own fears. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white as he stood at the brink of despair, caught between the legend that haunted his ancestors and the reality of his own heart. Fear is a poison, he muttered, as if trying to convince himself, but I could hear the tremor beneath his bravado. I will not let it consume me. But the serpent's legend, like a serpent itself, coiled tighter around him. He wasn't just fighting for the village, he was fighting for his own fractured spirit, for the echoes of his father, who had faced the beast and never returned. I remember the silence that followed, a stillness so intense that it felt like the world was holding its breath. In that moment, I saw the truth in both their eyes, the heavy weight of expectation, the fear of failure, the unbearable loneliness of being trapped in a story that wasn't entirely theirs. They were bound by legends, yet each was a prisoner of their own making, caught between the past and an uncertain future. And then, the ground trembled, a deep, throaty growl resonated from the depths of the forest. The sound sliced through the air, a palpable wave of dread crashing over us. The serpent was coming. Hikari's breath hitched, her fingers tightening around the amulet, as if it could shield her from the inevitable. Takashi's jaw clenched, determination hardening his features, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Stay close to me," he commanded, though it sounded more like a plea, a desperate attempt to mask his own uncertainty. I could feel an electric pull between them, an unspoken bond forged in fear. The town held its breath, teetering on the edge of hope and despair. I remember the shadows that danced across the trees, twisting and writhing like the serpent's many bodies. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder of the fragility of life. The air grew thick, suffocating, as if the essence of the beast wrapped around us, its very presence a reminder of the darkness lurking in the corners of our hearts. Secrets lay buried beneath the surface, Hikari's fierce spirit masked by her fears, Takashi's bravery tainted by the specter of past failures. They were not merely characters in a legend, they were reflections of us all, vulnerable and flawed, grappling with their own demons while facing a monster born of myth. The growl grew louder, a symphony of dread that resonated deep within my bones. I felt the ground shake beneath me, a reminder that legends are not just stories, they are warnings etched in the fabric of time. The serpent's heads, each an entity of its own, promised chaos and despair, a reflection of the chaos within us. As the first head broke through the tree line, a massive, sinuous form, glistening with the sheen of night, my heart raced. I was caught in the web of emotions, the terror, the love, the yearning for something greater. The legends whispered in my ear, tugging at the edges of my consciousness, merging with my own thoughts, blurring the lines between reality and myth. Hikari stepped forward, courage igniting within her. "We are not just stories," she shouted, voice quaking yet resolute, a spark igniting the darkness. "We will not be defined by your legacy." Her words rippled through the air, a powerful defiance that challenged the very fabric of the tale that bound us. Takashi followed, resolute, though doubt lingered in the corners of his mind. Together, they stood before the abyss, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to confront the specter that had haunted them for generations. I remember the moment, the air thick with tension, the stench of fear mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth, and the promise of confrontation looming like the serpent's shadow over our souls. The eight-forked serpent awaited us, its eyes glimmering with the reflection of our deepest fears and our strangest hopes. And in that moment, as the darkness surged toward us, I knew this was only the beginning, a chilling dance with destiny, where every heartbeat echoed with the weight of our choices, binding us to the legend that was ours to rewrite. The serpent slithered closer, and we braced ourselves, for the tale was far from over. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching over the desolation, as the air crackled with an unnatural stillness, a hushed anticipation that sent shivers coursing through the very bones of the land. Night cloaked the village of Izumo, but the shadows were not merely the absence of light, they were alive, breathing, swelling with an eerie dread. I could feel it, the weight of despair, like a heavy cloak draped over my shoulders, suffocating yet familiar. I remember running my fingers through the dirt, dry, cracked earth, the remnants of a once bountiful home. It was now a graveyard of hopes, stifled cries echoing in the silence where laughter used to dance. "Susanoo!" The voice sliced through the dark, a sharp whisper soaked in fear. It was Kushinada, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears, a tempest brewing within. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way she clutched her husband's sword as if it were her lifeline, her heart. "He's coming for me. He will take me, like the others." I could feel the weight of her fear, thick and cloying, like smoke choking the air. How cruel this fate, to be the prize in a monstrous game, chosen by a beast that thrived on terror, Yamata-no-Orochi. 8 heads, 8 flickering tongues, each one tasting the fear of the innocent, venomous breath that turned dreams into nightmares. I won't let him take you, I promised, my voice trembling with the force of my conviction. But within, I felt the cold grip of doubt. How could I defeat a creature born from shadows, a serpent that had swallowed entire villages whole? Yet there was no room for hesitation. Kushinada's life flickered in the balance, and I was the only match ready to ignite the darkness. Please, Susanoo, her voice cracked, sharp as glass, I cannot bear to lose another. Not you, not anyone. The weight of her words hung between us, a fragile thread straining against the impending storm. Memories flooded back, her laughter, their wedding beneath the cherry blossoms, petals fluttering like whispered promises of forever. But forever had become a cruel joke, twisted by the maw of a serpent. I remembered the day we found out she was chosen, a sacrifice to the beast, a chance to save her family. The thought dug into me like a splinter, a reminder that I had failed before. I will face him, I said, the words spilling from my mouth like molten iron, burning with the intent to forge my fate. I will fight for you, for your family. I will not let you become a ghost of a memory. The ground trembled beneath me, a low rumble like a distant growl, and I could feel the darkness gather, suffocating our resolve. The air thickened, heavy with dew, and I knew he was near. The cursed winds howled, a dirge for the souls claimed by the Orochi, a promise of death lingering in the cool night. I stepped away from her, my heart pounding, the rhythm of my fear echoing against the encroaching shadows. Susanoo, her voice broke, raw and desperate, urging me back. But I had already made my choice. The time for hesitation had passed, the world would not wait for my doubts to clear. I would face the serpent, and if I fell, it would be on my own terms. Fueling the fire within me was the image of Kushinada, her spirit unmarred by the darkness that threatened to consume her. I broke into the night, the landscape shifting with each step, trees looming like silent witnesses to my impending doom. The moon illuminated the path ahead, casting grotesque shadows that danced wickedly, as if mocking my resolve. But I felt the warmth of my blade against my side, a reminder of my purpose, my rage, and my fear. And then I saw him. The beast emerged from the depths, a monstrous figure, scales glistening like polished obsidian under the pale moonlight, each of his 8 heads swaying, serpentine and terrible. Eyes like deep voids, swallowing the light, and each flick of his tongue tasting the air, a predator, eternal in his hunger. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild drum echoing the chaos within. With a roar that shook the stars, he lunged forward, the ground quaking beneath his weight. I could feel every heartbeat, every breath of the world around me, racing toward an impending collision. I remember the instinct that surged through me, a fight or flight, but there was no retreat. I could not abandon Kushinada. I would not. Metal met scale, a clash that resonated through the night, a symphony of defiance against despair. I fought with a fury fueled by desperation, each swing of my sword a prayer, each block a vow. The heads lunged, snapping dangerously close, and I ducked, rolling to the side, the air thick with venomous breath that curled around my throat like a noose. But I remembered Kushinada's smile, the way her laughter danced in the light. I remembered the promise I made, not just to her, but to all who had suffered under the Orochi's reign. I fought not just for survival, but for love, for hope, for a future that shone brighter than the darkness that sought to swallow us whole. With a roar of defiance, I struck again, the blade biting deep into scaled flesh, drawing forth a howl that echoed like a banshee's wail, pure agony, pure fury. The serpent writhed, thrashing in a tempest of rage, and I felt the world shift, the balance teetering on the edge of oblivion. In that moment, time fractured. Shadows danced on the edges of memory, and I could see the faces of the lost, each one etched in cruelty, each a reminder of what was at stake. I was not alone, I had become a vessel for their cries, a storm of vengeance and justice. With every ounce of strength, I fought, not just to defeat a monster, but to reclaim stolen lives. The battle raged on, and amidst the chaos, I could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath me, a pulse of resilience, urging me forward. And just when I thought despair might swallow me whole, I saw her, Kushinada, standing at the edge of the tree line, a flicker of hope in the darkness. Her presence ignited a fire within me, a flame that burned brighter than all the fear. "Do it," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze against the storm. "Fight for us." The beast lunged again, and I stood firm, my heart drumming a furious beat, the weight of the world balanced on the edge of my blade. Time stretched, and in that moment, everything became clear, a convergence of fate, love, and the desperate clamor of those who had been silenced. With one final surge, I struck, and the night erupted into chaos. The darkness roared back, and in that cacophony, I felt a shift, a promise, a rebirth, a reckoning. And as the serpent writhed in its death throes, I knew we were not done, we were merely beginning. The shadows may linger, but love and courage would carve a path through the darkness, illuminating a future worth fighting for. And as I stood amidst the chaos, I could feel the whispers of the lost, their stories merging with mine, weaving a tapestry of hope that would carry us into the dawn. The bell tolled in the heavy silence, each chime a heartbeat of dread echoing through the fog-drenched village. I stood in the shadow of the ancient stone tower, watching the townsfolk gather, their faces a tapestry of fear and resignation. It was the hour of reckoning, a moment of choice, a moment when the very fabric of our lives shifted like the falling leaves, brittle underfoot. My heart pounded against my ribs, a caged bird desperate for escape, yet rooted in the reality of what was to come. Lena stood beside me, hair wild like a tempest, eyes glinting with defiance. She was 17, a girl teetering on the cusp of womanhood, and yet burdened with expectations heavier than the iron chains that bound the condemned. "They won't take me," she whispered, but I could hear the tremor beneath her bravado. Her words were a fragile shield against the numbing chill that clawed at our bones, a chill that whispered of sacrifice and shadows. "Who else will it be?" I murmured, though I already knew the answer. The village had decided long ago that one must pay for our survival, and Lena was the chosen one. The weight of that designation hung between us, thick and suffocating, a ghost that refused to let us breathe. I turned my gaze to the crowd. The villagers were clenching their fists, eyes darting like caged animals. Mothers clutched their children, fathers stood stoically like sentinels against the impending storm. I felt the collective pulse of fear, an electric current that wound its way through the throng, binding us in shared dread. I wanted to scream, to shake them awake from this nightmare that felt all too real, but the words caught in my throat, heavy like stones. "Look at them, Lena," I said hoarsely, "they've resigned themselves to this." A father, his shoulders slumped in defeat, met my gaze with hollow eyes. I remembered when he had laughed, his voice rich as honey, before the sickness stole his laughter and replaced it with despair. I remembered the sound of our children playing, their joy a defiance against the darkening world. Now, that joy felt like a ghost, haunting the edges of our reality, whispering promises of what had been. Lena clenched her jaw, a slow fire igniting in her chest. I will not be their sacrifice. Determination radiated from her like the sun breaking through the clouds, and for a moment, I believed her. But the shadows loomed larger than her defiance, and deep down, buried beneath layers of hope, was a truth as old as time: victory is never without a cost. The town clock struck again, a sound that seemed to shatter the air. "It's time." The words slipped from my lips before I could catch them. The villagers parted, a sea of anguish and acceptance, and I felt the weight of their fear pressing down on me, smothering, as we approached the stone altar, a monument to our desperation. The altar loomed like a grim sentinel, stained with the history of sacrifices made long before us. "Lena," I reached for her hand, but she pulled away, stepping forward into the fray. Clarity radiated from her now, a fierce glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness. "You have to fight for me," she said, her voice cutting through the fear like a blade. "Promise me." "I can't," I choked out, the words tasting like ash. The promise felt like a shackle, heavy and unbreakable. I wanted to protect her, but how can you shield someone from fate when the very air sings of inevitability? I could only watch as she approached the altar, her footsteps echoing against the cold stone, each step a drumbeat of defiance in a world that had taught us to surrender. The priest, a figure cloaked in shadows, raised his hands, murmuring the ancient incantations that hung in the air like smoke. "This is for our survival," he intoned, voice deep and reverberating, and the villagers nodded, drawn into the rhythm of his words. But I felt the truth twist like a knife in my gut. Survival at what cost? The flickering torchlight cast grotesque shadows, dancing like wraiths against the walls, each flicker a testament to the lives we were willing to extinguish. "Lena!" I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. "Stop!" But my voice was swallowed by the rising tide of ritual, drowned in the chants that echoed like a funeral dirge. I stumbled forward, heart racing, but the weight of my own fear froze me in place. Lena turned, and in that moment, everything shifted. Her eyes were glassy, fierce and unyielding, yet underneath, I saw the flicker of fear, or the raw, unfiltered terror that came with the realization of what she had to do. "I remember the stars," she said, her voice trembling, "the way they shine in the darkness, like hope. I'll be one of them." A sob escaped my lips, a raw sound that echoed against the stone walls. "No, Lena! You can't!" My heart shredded, the pieces falling away like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. I wanted to grab her, to pull her back, to shield her from the darkness that awaited. But the altar loomed, insatiable, hungry for sacrifice. "I won't let you die," I begged, each word a desperate plea, but she simply smiled, a bittersweet thing that cut deeper than any blade. "You must remember me," she whispered, and I felt every breath we shared echoing in that moment, a soft melody overshadowed by the approaching storm of despair. As the priest raised the dagger, shimmering with the grim promise of sacrifice, I could only watch in horror, each heartbeat a countdown to the abyss. The villagers were mere spectators, their eyes cast down, unwilling to see the price of their victory. But for me, the world collapsed, time folding in on itself like a dying star collapsing under its own weight. And when the dagger plunged, slicing through the fragile bond that held us together, the air shattered, a violent symphony of anguish and loss ringing through the night. I was left standing in the darkness, the embers of hope extinguished, and the ghost of Lena's promise echoing in the depths of my soul. Victory, I realized, had a price that shattered lives and turned love into ghosts. The night swallowed me whole, leaving only the memory of stars flickering in a void, forever out of reach. The air crackled with tension, a stinging anticipation that clung to the skin like the first frost of winter. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, heart pounding in my chest, as the shadows of the mountains painted ominous silhouettes against the twilight sky. I could feel the weight of history pressing against my chest, whispering secrets of battles long lost and victories that once tasted sweet now turned bitter in the mouth. Beneath that vast, swirling tapestry of stars, something ancient stirred, a primal force that had long slumbered, ready to awaken. Susanoo stood before me, a warrior carved from the wrath of storms, his eyes aflame with a fury that could ignite worlds. He was no mere god, he was a tempest, swirling with guilt and rage, and I could sense the turmoil brewing within him, like a brewing storm on the horizon. Clenching his fists, he trembled, not from fear, but from the raw energy of his own conflict. He had come here to face the dragon, a creature that had haunted his dreams, a beast woven from the very fabric of his past failures. "I remember the night it came," he whispered, voice barely more than a breath. The screams echoed through the village, the cries of mothers losing their children. I couldn't save them. I couldn't save anyone. Those words, heavy with remorse, hung in the air, each syllable a dagger piercing through the veil of bravado he wore like armor. His eyes, usually fierce, now held a softness, a fragility that made my heart ache. And there, lurking in the shadows of the crumbling temple, the dragon writhed, a grotesque tapestry of scales and shadows, eyes like molten gold flickering with malice. It exuded an aura of dread, a primal fear that clawed at the edges of my mind, reminding me that some beasts were not merely to be slain but to be confronted, to be understood. This creature was not just a monster, it was a mirror of Susanoo's own despair, a manifestation of the darkness that festered within. "Face it," I urged, my voice trembling, a shaky echo of my own fears. "You have to face it, or it will consume you." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at me, whispering that maybe the dragon was right. Perhaps the shadows of our past were destined to swallow us whole, leaving nothing but bones and memories scattered like fallen leaves in a storm. And then there was Kusanada, a woman forged in resilience, standing at the precipice of bravery and terror. Her heart beat in sync with the chaos around us, and I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, battling against the shadows that threatened to dim her light. "You can do this," she breathed, stepping closer, her voice a gentle caress against the storm. "You are not alone. I am with you." Yet beneath the surface of her encouragement, I sensed her own fears, her own past tragedies that echoed in the silence between us. She had lost so much, and yet here she was, ready to stand by him, ready to face a terror that could unravel them both. The dragon roared, a sound that reverberated through the very ground beneath us, shaking loose stones and memories alike. It was a sound that carried the weight of centuries, of every life it had claimed, every dream it had devoured. I felt fear clawing at my throat, a primal instinct urging me to flee, to run from the impending storm. But I stood my ground, wrapped in the intensity of this moment, craving the release that only confrontation could bring. I felt their emotion swirling around me, a tempest of their own. Susanoo's guilt battled with his determination, Kushinada's hope intertwined with her fear. Each heartbeat echoed like a ticking clock, counting down to an inevitable clash. "I remember," Susanoo said again, a mantra steeped in regret. "I remember the faces. I remember the fire." And with each repetition, his resolve strengthened, burning brighter, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume him. As he stepped forward, I could see him morphing, shedding the remnants of his hesitation. The air thickened, charged with a current that made every hair on my body stand on end. The dragon, sensing the shift, hissed, a sound that could curdle milk, a promise of rage that surged through its sinewy body. "This is not just a fight," Kushinada murmured, eyes widening in understanding. "It's a reckoning." Then it happened, the collision. Susanoo lunged, a whirlwind of fury and purpose, and the dragon met him with a ferocity that could shatter mountains. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their power, each strike a testament to the burdens they carried. It was as if time itself paused, breath caught in its throat, watching this savage dance of destruction and redemption. I could hear the crack of scales against steel, feel the vibrations reverberate through my bones. The world around us faded into a blur, leaving only them, the warrior and the beast. I fought the urge to close my eyes, to shield myself from the horrors unfolding before me, but I couldn't look away. I was tethered to this moment, to their pain, to their fight, and I could feel it seeping into my very soul. "Remember who you are," Kushinada shouted, her voice a beacon slicing through the chaos, urging Susanoo to reclaim his essence, to embrace the storm within him. And for a heartbeat, I thought I saw him falter, the flicker of doubt threatening to consume him. But then, something shifted. The weight of his sorrow transformed into strength, rage fueling the fire in his eyes, and he struck with all the force of a thunderclap. The dragon roared, a sound that echoed through the valleys and into the night, a cry of anguish and fury as scales shattered under the relentless assault. But it wasn't just the physical battle, it was the emotional storm raging within them both that danced like fire and wind. Each blow was a catharsis, a release of the burdens they had carried for too long. And in that moment, as the dragon staggered, I understood. It wasn't about defeating the beast, it was about confronting their fears, their pasts, their very selves. I became acutely aware of the interconnectedness of their fates, two souls entwined in a struggle against darkness, and I could feel the weight of their past pressing against my own heart, melding our destinies into one. The climax surged, an explosion of emotion and fury, and I knew that this was not the end. It was merely a transition, a chapter in a saga that would echo through the halls of time. As I stood witness to their collision, I felt hope flickering in the shadows, a promise that even in the face of terror, courage could rise. And just like that, the world held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next moment when light might break through the darkness once again. The moon hung in the sky, a cold spectator to the chaos below. Shadows flickered like whispers among the trees, each rustle of leaves a phantom of what was to come. The night air was thick with tension, pregnant with uncertainty, as if the very world held its breath. The clash of swords rang out, sharp and metallic, echoing through the forest, a sound both exhilarating and terrifying. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down on my shoulders. Fighting was not merely a matter of strength, it was a battle of wits, a chess game played with lives. I could see Marcus, his brow furrowed with determination, his sword glinting in the fractured light. He was my best friend and my greatest rival, a man whose every move was calculated, whose every breath was a strategy. I hated him for the very reason I admired him. To him, this was a game to win. To me, it was a gritty, desperate fight for survival. I remember the stories, I whispered, barely audible over the clamor. I remember the elders saying battles were won not with brute strength, but with the mind. My voice trembled, tinged with doubt. What if those tales were nothing more than a facade? What if we were merely pawns in a game controlled by unseen hands, our fates written in the stars, cruelly etched in the fabric of time? Across the field, I caught a glimpse of Eleanor, her hair a wildfire in the darkness. She was fierce, a warrior in her own right, yet vulnerability danced behind her eyes. She had always been drawn to the chaos, yet I knew a fear lurked beneath her bravado. You must be ready to fight, Eleanor. You must trust your instincts. I had told her that countless times. But now, as arrows whistled through the air like angry bees, I saw that the trust she once held in her heart was faltering. She was no longer the bold girl who laughed in the face of danger. She was a woman trapped in the throes of uncertainty, grappling with her own demons. What if I fail? She had asked me, trembling, vulnerability laid bare. My heart ached for her. I had no answer. It's not about winning, it's about who survives, I had replied, though I felt the weight of my own words crushing me. The stakes were far too high, and failure was a beast that loomed behind us, gnashing its teeth, hungry for flesh and victory. Marcus lunged forward, his sword arcing through the air with deadly precision. I could see the fire in his eyes, an insatiable hunger for glory, a thirst that would not be quenched. But in that moment, I noticed something else, something that twisted my gut, a flicker of doubt. He hesitated, just for a heartbeat, and I seized the moment. "Focus, Marcus!" I shouted, adrenaline coursing through me as I charged. I felt the rush of exhilaration, the essence of life tingling in my fingertips. The battle was chaotic, a whirlwind of clashing metal and desperation. I slashed through the air, every movement a plea for survival. But even amidst the chaos, I couldn't shake the haunting thought, was this truly a battle of wits? Or was it merely an execution of fate, a cruel game played by gods indifferent to our struggles? The ground beneath us trembled as bodies fell, the earth soaking up the blood, a grim tapestry of our choices, our mistakes. Eleanor's scream pierced through the cacophony, a chilling reminder of our fragility. I turned, heart racing, only to find her grappling with an enemy, her face twisted in fierce determination mixed with sheer terror. The moment stretched infinitely, a heartbeat echoing through the still night. I raced toward her, but the world seemed to slow, shadows reaching out, pulling me back, whispering doubts that clung like cobwebs in the corners of my mind. "Stay," they hissed, "stay and let fate decide." But I couldn't allow that. I couldn't let fear dictate our paths. I lunged, pushing through the shadows, and in that instant, time snapped back into place. My sword met the enemy's, a clang that rang out like a bell tolling in the silence of a grave. With every swing, I felt the rage of every doubt, every fear, every moment that had led us here, an intoxicating blend of anger and desperation. "Eleanor!" I yelled, desperation fueling my strength. She looked at me, wide-eyed, fear fracturing her resolve, but even in that terror, I saw the spark of defiance. Our eyes locked, and in that brief moment, the chaos faded, and it was just us, two soldiers in a war that felt both enormous and insignificantly small. Together, I breathed, my heart thundering as I fought back-to-back with her, our movements synchronized, a dance of survival, of trust forged in fire. But Marcus was still out there, the strategist, and I could feel his mind whirring, his eyes calculating our next move. It's not enough, I thought. Strategy without strength is merely a dance on the edge of a blade. Then came a crash, and the ground shook once more, a sound that echoed like fate itself unraveling. I felt a chill seep into my bones, a whisper of something sinister lurking just beyond our vision. Time seemed to stretch, a cosmic pause where everything hung in the balance, and I could sense the shadows thickening, the night closing in. "Prepare," I murmured, fear clawing at my insides. The confrontation was inevitable, a storm brewing on the horizon. I could see Marcus drawing closer, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the fight, but I also sensed a darkness, a reckoning that awaited us. We were not just fighting for survival, we were battling the very essence of our souls. And as I stood there, braced for the next wave of chaos, I knew this was just the beginning. Our hearts beat as one in the night, a symphony of strength and strategy, a battle of wits that would echo through eternity. The wind howled like a banshee, swirling through the desolate valley, carrying with it the scent of blood and forgotten dreams. Somewhere in the darkness, beneath a shroud of gathering storm clouds, the blade shimmered, a sliver of silver and shadow. Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi, the legendary sword, pulsed with an energy that made hearts race and breaths hitch. It was said to contain the spirit of 1,000 warriors, trapped in its unforgiving steel, whispering tales of vengeance and honor in a language only the brave could understand. I remember standing there, my heart pounding like a war drum, throat dry as the sun-baked earth beneath my feet. With every flicker of lightning, I caught glimpses of my comrades, their faces twisted in fear, hope, and something darker, desperation. Hikari, her eyes gleamed with an intensity born from 1,000 sleepless nights, clutched a worn pendant around her neck, the only remnant of a past she longed to escape. She had lost everything to the shadows that now crept closer, encircling us in a tightening noose. "We can't let it take him," she shouted, voice breaking, as she pointed toward the silhouette casting an ominous shadow, the figure of Saito, our fallen friend, the very embodiment of honor, now twisted by the sword's curse. Saito, once the bravest among us, had become both our savior and our prison. I could still hear his laughter echoing in my mind, a melody now tainted by the dread of what he had chosen. The sword called to him, a siren song that lured him deeper into madness. "Fight it, Saito! Fight it!" I screamed, but the words felt hollow, lost in the tempest that raged around us. The heavens trembled as the storm brewed, a tempest not just in the sky, but in our souls. The air crackled with tension, each breath heavy with unspoken fears. The Kusanagi's power, intoxicating and malevolent, reached out like a spider's web, ensnaring Saito, binding him to an ancient fate. I saw him, eyes wild, haunted, glancing between us and the sword, torn between his humanity and the allure of power. The last remnants of the boy who had once laughed at nighttime monsters flickered like a dying ember, and in that moment, I felt the weight of history upon us, a legacy that had wrought pain and glory across generations. I remember when we thought we were invincible, I murmured, more to myself than to Hikari, but she heard me, the edges of her resolve fraying. "When did we become the very things we swore to fight?" Her gaze flickered toward the sword, and I could see the doubt creeping into her heart, a dark fog rolling in, smothering sparks of courage. We were standing on the precipice of ruin, teetering between salvation and obliteration. Flashes of memory rushed through me, the echoes of joyous laughter now drowned in the chaos. The night we'd stolen away to the old shrine, the thrill of forbidden adventures pulsing through our veins. "What's a little danger?" I had quipped, tossing caution to the wind, unaware that the true danger was yet to reveal itself. We had played like children, unburdened by the weight of fate. Now, the ghosts of our innocence haunted us, draped in shadows. And then the lightning struck, illuminating Saito's face, a mixture of pain, longing, and something far more terrifying. "Help me," he cried, and it shattered the air like glass. My heart twisted as I stepped forward, each movement weighted with agony. "I'm here, brother." "I'm here," I whispered, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. I could see the flickering spirit of the sword's curse fighting for dominance, wrestling for control, and I knew, deep down, that the choice to wield its power was his alone. Hikari's hand trembled against my arm, grounding me, even as dread clawed at my insides. "Are we too late?" she breathed, the question hanging between us, fragile and potent, like the last bloom before winter's death. I could only watch as Saito's gaze turned inward, wrestling with demons only he could see. The air thickened with tension, the world around us fading into a blur of colors and noise, leaving only the three of us suspended in time. "I remember the stories my grandmother told," I said suddenly, grasping for something, anything, to tether us to hope. The sword was forged in the fires of conflict, yes, but it also protected the innocent. It can be both a tool of destruction and a beacon of hope. Hikari nodded, determination flickering in her eyes, but Saito's expression remained locked in despair, caught in a web of his own making. The storm raged on, nature's fury a reflection of our internal chaos. Thunder roared, a monstrous heartbeat, rallying the spirits of ages past. I took a step closer, the ground beneath me trembling, as if the earth itself understood the magnitude of the moment. Saito! Remember who you are. Remember us. The words spilled from my lips, raw and desperate, igniting a fire in my chest. I grasped for memories, each one a lifeline, each one a plea for redemption. In that fleeting instant, time fractured. The air hummed with tension, the sword gleaming with a life of its own, as I felt the pull of destiny, the weight of choice, his choice. Saito's face contorted, caught between the abyss and the light, and I knew then, this was a fight not just for his life, but for the very soul of our shared humanity. Choose, Saito, I whispered, and the silence that followed was deafening, a void filled with the weight of unspoken words. Shadows crept closer, the wind howling like a mournful spirit. And in that moment, everything hung in the balance, the storm, the sword, and the hearts entwined in a dance of fate. Would he surrender to the pull of darkness, or reach for the flickering flame of hope? Would he remember us, or become yet another echo lost in the void? The sword sparkled in the dark, a glimmer of fate waiting to unfold, and I realized this was not the end, it was merely the beginning of something much, much greater. The storm raged louder, the world around us poised on the brink of chaos, and the only thing that mattered was the choice that lay before us, one that would change the course of history forever. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing like the turmoil within Susanoo's heart. Rain fell in sheets, drumming against the earth with a relentless fury, the world outside his crumbling sanctuary blurred and obscured. Inside, shadows danced on the walls, phantoms of his past, flickering memories that clawed at him, whispering the names of his failures. He could almost hear the laughter of those he had wronged, echoing through the halls of his despair. "You are nothing," the ghosts mocked. "Just a disgrace." I remember those moments, pain wrapped around me like a shroud. I was suffocating in my own skin, drowning in shame. I still feel it, that sharp, jagged edge of regret, the taste of bitterness like ash on my tongue. Disgraced, mocked, I had fled to the mountains, allowing solitude to carve me into a spectre, with nothing but the howling wind as company. But even the wind had begun to grow tired of me. My heart thrummed, racing with a mix of dread and a flicker of hope. What was it that ignited the flame within? Was it the face of the princess I had spurned? Or the cries of the people I had once vowed to protect, now echoing like a dirge in the recesses of my mind? I couldn't tell anymore, the lines had blurred, and all that remained was the hunger for redemption. And then there was Amaterasu. The sun goddess, radiant and unforgiving, was a relentless reminder of my fall from grace. I saw her now, a luminous silhouette beyond the storm. She held the world in her palms, light spilling from her like golden threads. Yet between us, shadows wove a tapestry of despair. I remembered her eyes, fierce and burning with disappointment, and I quivered beneath the weight of my choices. I had betrayed her trust, shattered our bond like fragile glass. Was there a way back from this? The pounding of the rain was a war drum, urging me forward into the tempest. I clenched my fists, feeling the rough calluses against my palms. A figure appeared on the horizon, cloaked in the storm. My heart twisted, a familiar figure, a haunting spectre from days long past. Tsukuyomi, the moon god, my brother, stood resolute against the onslaught. "Why are you here?" I croaked, the words barely escaping my throat. "Because even monsters deserve a second chance," he replied, his voice steady amidst the chaos. Yet I could see the hesitation in his eyes, a flicker of doubt that sent shivers down my spine. He was burdened, like me, with our shared history, a history littered with pain and betrayal. "You still have time, Susanoo. The world is at the brink of darkness, and they need you. You can't run forever." But I wanted to. I wanted to hide from the expectations, from the voices that deemed me a failure. "What if I can't do it?" I murmured, the weight of my doubts crushing me. "Then you will learn," he said, stepping closer, his presence grounding me. You are not what they say. You are more. The air shifted, my pulse quickening. A confrontation was coming, an inevitable clash, not just with the enemies that lurked outside, but with the very essence of who I was. Each breath was a battle, an internal war raging within me. I felt the echoes of my past reverberate, a chorus of those I had let down, their gazes piercing through me. Forgive me, I whispered into the storm, but the wind carried my words away, leaving an emptiness in their wake. Lightning fractured the sky, illuminating the battlefield of my heart. I could see it now, the swirling chaos of the world I had abandoned. Creatures of darkness crawled from the shadows, twisted forms that thrived on despair. My body trembled, I could almost taste the fear, bitter and metallic, as it gripped my throat. Stand with me, Tsukuyomi urged, his voice rising above the tempest. Face them. Face yourself. I stumbled, the weight of his words crashing over me like a tidal wave. What if I am no hero? I cried, my voice raw and jagged, a plea for understanding. Then be a monster, he said, his eyes fierce and unwavering, but fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. I remembered the faces of the villagers, their hopeful gazes now lost in the fog of despair. I remembered the little girl with the bright smile, the laughter that had once echoed through the streets. I failed them, I said, choking on the words. I failed you. I don't deserve what? Tsukuyomi interrupted, his voice cutting through my self-loathing like a knife. To be forgiven? To be loved? You are not your mistakes, brother. You are not the darkness that clings to you. And in that moment, everything shifted. The shadows around me began to recede, the weight on my chest lifting like the dawn breaking over a long, dark night. I felt the fire igniting within, the fierce pulse of determination thrumming through my veins. I could fight. I could reclaim my place in this world. The storm outside raged on, but inside, I was no longer alone. I looked at Tsukuyomi, his steadfast presence a beacon in the night. I squared my shoulders, taking a deep breath that filled my lungs with the scent of rain and earth. Let's do this, I said, my voice low but steady. And as we stepped into the fury of the storm together, I could feel the weight of the past beginning to shift, the chains of disgrace crumbling into dust beneath my feet. I was still Susanoo, flawed, battered, but I was ready to rise. The world awaited, and the battle was just beginning. The thunder roared, a herald of chaos and change, as we plunged into the storm, two brothers against the tide of fate, against the shadows that lingered not just in the storm but also in the heart of the cosmos. Each heartbeat echoed through the night, a rhythm of hope and defiance. In the distance, I could hear the cries of those who believed, and in that moment, I knew I would fight not just for myself but for them all. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of charred earth and blood, a reminder that life hangs by the thinnest of threads. I remember the silence that followed the chaos, a deafening void where battle cries had once roared. The ground, a tapestry of broken bodies and fallen dreams, trembled beneath my feet, echoing the uncertainty of a world that felt irrevocably altered. It was here, amidst the remnants of a war against Yamata-no-Orochi, that I found myself, a spectre of despair. Kishi knelt, her hands trembling as they brushed against the cold, lifeless face of her brother, fallen in a fight that had promised so much and yielded so little. Her heart beat erratically, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone and sorrow. I could feel it, her agony seeped into the ground, mingling with the ash of burnt legends. She had always been fierce, a warrior with a laugh that could pierce the heavens, but now her laughter felt like a distant memory, lost to the smoke curling into the grey sky. I remember when she told me that warriors never cry. But here she was, tears carving pathways down her soot-streaked cheeks, each drop a testament to the cost of valor. I stood beside her, frozen as if I were a stone statue, watching the remnants of this battlefield unravel. Kishi's brother had fought not just for the glory of the clan but for the very right to exist free from the suffocating coils of Orochi's wrath. It was a fight against a serpent, a creature so massive that it could swallow the sun, yet the true monster was the despair clawing at Kishi's heart. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but my own grief tangled with hers, and I felt like I was sinking into the very soil that had soaked up their blood. And then there was Raijin. Oh, Raijin, with his wild hair and eyes that danced like flames in a storm. He had charged into the fray, his sword a blur of silver, a comet streaking across the night sky. But now, he stood apart, a shadow of the boy I knew, haunted by the faces of the fallen. I could see him counting the breaths he wished he could have shared, the futures lost in the blink of an eye. How many? He whispered, voice cracking, as if he might shatter like glass. How many lives for one beast? The shadows whispered back, their cold fingers brushing against our skin, urging us to remember. I remember the tales we shared around the fire, how we laughed at the legends of Yamata-no-Orochi, twisting them into absurdities. What if I had joked, it just wanted a hug? Humor was our shield, a way to mask the fear gnawing at our insides. But now, humor felt like a cruel joke, a distant echo from a time when we believed we were invincible. Do you remember the night before the battle? Kishi asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if the ghosts might hear her. We sat by the river, dreaming of victory. We were so naive. A bitter smile flickered across her face, and I felt the weight of her regret, a stone sinking into the depths of a dark well. I remember, I could barely breathe, but the words spilled out like a confession. I remember the stars, how they seemed to wink at us, daring us to dream big, big enough to take on a god. The cosmic joke hung there, a cruel reminder of our own mortality. The stars above felt indifferent now, a mockery of our ambition. Raijin stepped forward, his fists clenched tight. We fought for them, he said, voice rising like a tide, but what did we actually win? A field of corpses? A victory that tastes like ash? Did we really think we could conquer a nightmare? The anger simmered beneath his skin, bubbling up like magma threatening to erupt. I could see it, that raw pain transforming into something dangerous, something that would consume him if he let it. Maybe it's not about winning, I murmured, trying to grasp the flickering flame of hope amidst the storm of despair. Maybe it's about surviving, about carrying their memories with us. But even as the words left my lips, I felt the weight of their futility. Memories are specters, haunting the corners of our hearts, never truly fading but always reminding us of what was lost. Kishi rose, determination shining in her eyes like a newly forged blade. Then we carry them. Her voice was strong, cutting through the fog of hopelessness. We carry them in our hearts and in our fight against the darkness that remains. And in that moment, with the remnant of Yamata-no-Orochi's wrath hanging over us like a shroud, I understood. Our battle was not finished, the scars would remind us, but we could not succumb to despair. Raijin nodded, and for a fleeting second, I saw the boy he once was, the one who could laugh in the face of terror. We were warriors, yes, but more than that, we were survivors, shaped by loss yet unbroken. Together, we turned our backs on the battlefield, leaving behind the echoes of despair, the whispers of the lost. The sun struggled to break through the clouds, casting a fragile light upon our path, illuminating the shadows that dared to linger. We walked forward, step by agonizing step, hearts tethered to the past yet yearning for a future. The aftermath of the battle was not a conclusion, it was only a beginning, a haunting melody that would follow us, forever echoing in the chambers of our souls. The shadows danced, and with each footfall, we carried the weight of memories, the bittersweet taste of survival. As the world faded into twilight, I felt the whispers of our fallen comrades stir within me, urging us onward. The night was long, but we were not alone, the stars watched over us, their light piercing through the darkness, guiding us home. Chapter 26. The discovery of the sacred treasure, the Kusanagi sword. The echo of footsteps reverberated through the hollow chamber, a heartbeat in the dark. Each step felt like a countdown, an unspoken promise laced with dread. I could taste the dust, thick and heavy, clinging to my throat. My hands trembled, fingers brushing the cool stone wall, as if the ancient stones themselves might whisper secrets. My heart raced, a frantic rabbit caught in a snare, while the weight of expectation pressed down on me, unyielding. Are you sure this is the right place? Hiro's voice wavered, a thread of doubt threading through his bravado. I turned to him, his wide eyes reflecting not just the flickering torchlight but a churning sea of uncertainty. I remembered the nights he spent pacing his small apartment, poring over maps, tracing lines with a restless finger. He wanted this, needed to prove himself. But now, standing on the brink of unearthed legends, the thrill of discovery felt ghostly, poisoned with the specter of fear. It has to be, I snapped, the edge of panic creeping into my voice. I was not just his guide. I was his anchor, and I could feel him slipping. The Kusanagi sword is supposed to be here. It's real, hero. It has to be. My assurance rang hollow, a fragile echo lost in the vast silence that loomed like an uninvited guest. Then there was Kaori, her breath steady yet shallow, a flame of determination flickering within her. She stood at the forefront, eyes narrowed, searching the shadows. I admired her grit, even as it gnawed at my insides. This was personal for her. The sword had been a family legend, a remnant of her ancestors' glory, and her voice had always held the weight of that history. I could see it now, the burden of legacy pressing down on her shoulders like iron chains. "We can't turn back now," she said, and her words reverberated in the air, curling around us like smoke. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of earth and something else, something metallic and sweet. My gut twisted. What was that? I whispered, dread curling around my spine like a viper ready to strike. The walls felt alive, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. I could almost hear the echoes of those who came before us, their hopes and fears trapped in these stones. "Just keep moving," Kaori urged, eyes blazing with resolve. Yet, beneath her bravado lay a current of vulnerability. I remembered her stories, her grandmother's haunting tales of the sword's power and the tragedy that followed. What if this wasn't just a quest for a weapon? What if it was a summons to the ghosts of their past? As we pressed deeper, shadows stretched and curled around us, dancing like phantoms. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild drumbeat against the silence. Suddenly, Hiro stumbled, his foot catching on an uneven stone. The sound echoed like a gunshot in the stillness, and I turned just in time to see his face pale, a flicker of panic igniting in his eyes. "It's fine," I said too quickly, the words a flimsy shield. But inside, doubt churned. What if we were not the only ones seeking the sword? What if the dark crannies of this chamber held watchers, silent, unseen, waiting with bated breath? Kaori looked back, her brow furrowing. "We need to hurry. I can feel it." Her voice broke, but even that crack held an ember of strength. I could see it in the way she squared her shoulders, as if defying the weight of centuries pressing down upon her. She had come too far, she wouldn't falter now. And yet, the air felt charged with something ominous, like the moment before a storm. We rounded a corner and stumbled into a vast chamber, larger than I had dared to imagine. The walls glimmered with ancient carvings, their stories etched in stone, whispering of gods and battles long forgotten. And there, at the center, was the pedestal, a solitary slab of dark stone, its surface untouched by time, cradling the Kusanagi sword. It gleamed, a silvery curve against the muted darkness, calling to us like a lover's embrace. I took a step forward, heart racing, pulse quickening. "It's beautiful," I breathed, and the words fell from my lips, scarcely real. But as I reached out, a chill swept through the air. I felt it, like a cold hand gripping my heart. A shudder ran down my spine, and I froze. "Did you feel that?" Hiro's voice broke through the thick tension, a strangled whisper. "Something's not right." Kaori's eyes were wide, scanning the chamber, searching for the source of the unease creeping into our bones. "We need to leave," she urged, but her voice faltered, torn between desire and dread. I could see the conflict warring within her, a thirst for what lay before us, battling with the instinct to flee. The sword was more than a tool, it was a promise, a link to her past. But at what cost? Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a low growl of discontent rippling through the very stones. I stumbled back, heart racing as shadows twisted and coiled around us, a shroud of darkness threatening to consume our hopes. "Run!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat, a frantic battle cry. But the sword beckoned, its light piercing the chaos, and for a heartbeat, I was torn. I remembered the tales, the legends that bound us to this moment. I wanted to grasp it, to claim its power, to rewrite our fates. Yet, with every heartbeat, The shadows loomed larger, a reminder that some treasures are cursed. Hiro grabbed my arm, pulling me back, and Kaori's face was a mask of anguish, torn between duty and fear. "We can't leave it," she cried, desperation dripping from every syllable. But in that moment, I understood. The sword was not just a weapon, it was a mirror, reflecting our desires, our fears, our pasts. And as the walls shook and the darkness encroached, I knew we had to make a choice that would echo through time, a choice that would bind us to our destinies forever. The shadows writhed, and the air thickened with tension, the sword's allure pulsing like a heartbeat, waiting for us to decide. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. And as we stood at the precipice of history, I felt the weight of the moment settle heavily upon us, a reminder that every legend has a cost, and every treasure may come with shadows of its own. And then, as if the very cosmos held its breath, we moved. The wind screamed through the jagged cliffs, a banshee wail against the darkening sky. Lightning cracked above, illuminating the chaos below, and the world felt like it was tearing apart at the seams. I stood there, heart racing, my fingers trembling as I clutched the hilt of my sword, an extension of my own frantic pulse. This was it. This was the moment. I could almost taste the storm, its metallic bite mingling with the salt of the sea, the air heavy with electricity and dread. "Susanoo!" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the wild gusts. The name felt like a prayer, desperate and futile. It echoed in my mind, intertwining with the memories of laughter lost, of promises broken. A figure emerged from the shadows, drenched in rain and drenched in blood, my brother, my rival, my curse. He stood like a god clad in darkness, hair wild, eyes ablaze. Susanoo looked at me, and for a split second, I saw a flicker of the boy I used to know. "I remember," he whispered, voice barely audible, thunder rumbling in response. "I remember the dreams we shared, the stars we chased." But those dreams had turned into nightmares. There was a time when we fought side by side, wielding swords forged in the fires of our youth, a time before the shadows took him. Now, each breath felt like a weight pushing me deeper into despair. The weight of his demons lingered in the air, a suffocating fog. It clawed at my throat. I wanted to scream at him, to tell him he was still here, still human, but the words choked in my mouth. "Why do you fight?" I shouted, desperation spilling over. "You've lost everything. You can't save them." I gestured to the ruins of what once was the village bathed in fire and sorrow, memories crumbling like the ashes that floated around us. "You're killing yourself, Susanoo. This isn't redemption." He laughed, a harsh, bitter sound that rang through the chaos like a twisted bell. "Redemption? What do you know of redemption? I am beyond saving." A flash of rage flickered across his face, and in that moment, the storm answered, lightning striking dangerously close. The world spun, the horizon blurred. Was it the storm, or was it us? I stepped closer, heart thundering, adrenaline surging through me like poison. "But you're not. You're still here. You can still choose." My voice was raw, cracking under the weight of hope. Hope was a fragile thing, a gossamer thread that clung to the very fibers of our being. And then I saw it, a flicker of doubt behind his stormy eyes, a tremor in the set of his jaw. For a heartbeat, it seemed as if he might turn back. "I remember," he murmured, but the sound was a ghost, haunted and far away. Memories can be treacherous, dragging us back to the moments we wish to forget, to the shadows we can't escape. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the night, and the ground shook beneath us. It was the heartbeat of the cosmos crashing into reality. The sky splintered, and from the abyss descended a creature of nightmare, a manifestation of the chaos that had consumed my brother. Its eyes were voids, each glance a reminder of every soul lost, every promise shattered. My heart raced, a drum echoing the terror surrounding us. I turned to Susanoo, desperation clawing for attention. "Fight with me. We can't let this thing take you." But he stood there, transfixed, as if drawn to the abyss, and in that moment, I felt the power of his despair wash over me, a wave threatening to drown us both. "I can't," he whispered, and it was the silence that cut through me. "I can't carry this burden anymore. The storm raged as if it shared his pain, lightning flashing in furious agreement. "Then let me carry it," I yelled, pleading. "Let me save you." But he seemed to be slipping, like grains of sand through trembling fingers, and nothing I said could anchor him back to reality. The creature roared again, a sound that rattled bones and shattered hearts. My body moved before my mind could catch up, instinct taking over as I charged forward, sword drawn, heart on fire. I was a beacon in the storm, reckless and desperate, but my heart was heavy with the knowledge that without him, the light would be snuffed out. "Susanoo!" I screamed as I clashed with the beast, each strike echoing the battle within him. "Come back to me! Remember who you are!" Every swing of the sword was a prayer, a desperate hope that he could break through the fog of his own despair. The creature fought back, its claws like shadows cutting through the air, but I pushed forward, my breath heavy with fear and defiance. I could feel the weight of every memory, every laugh, every tear we had shared flooding my senses. We were brothers forged in the fires of dreams and fears, our bond unbreakable, even now. With every heartbeat, I could sense Susanoo wavering, the flicker of a flame in his soul reigniting. I was not just fighting the creature, I was fighting for his redemption. "Fight with me!" I yelled again, the words raw with emotion. "You are not alone. You never were." In that instant, he lunged forward, eyes fierce and alive. For the stars we chased, he roared, and together we charged at the beast, a whirlwind of fury and determination. The storm raged, but so did we, two souls entwined, a force against the darkness. In that moment, I felt the pulse of the cosmos around us, a reminder that even in our darkest hours, the stars could guide us home. As we fought side by side, I could feel the world shifting, the shadows retreating in the face of our unity. But the confrontation was far from over. The creature loomed large, and the night was still young, filled with the promise of battles yet to come. And so we fought, not just against the beast, but against the shadows lingering in our hearts, battling for each other, for the light that flickered amidst the storm. In that swirling chaos, we were more than brothers, we were redemption personified, seeking every heartbeat, every flicker of hope, every ounce of courage to fight back against the darkening sky. The cosmos held its breath as we plunged deeper into the fray, our fates intertwined, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of the present, echoing through the infinite tapestry of time. The air crackled with the weight of unsaid words, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth. A storm brewed, not just in the heavens above, but in the hearts of two estranged deities. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the jagged edges of the mountains that surrounded them, a cruel reminder of the chasm that divided Susanoo and Amaterasu. I stood on the precipice of their world, breath caught in my throat as memories clawed at the edges of my mind. I remember the laughter that once danced between them, the joy that lit their eyes like the dawn breaking over a darkened horizon. But now? Now, silence hung like an accusation between them, thick enough to choke on. I could feel it, a palpable force, almost a living thing, pulsating with resentment and regret. "Why must you always bring chaos?" Amaterasu's voice trembled, a haunting melody steeped in sorrow. She was the sun, radiant, fierce, yet she stood there, cloaked in shadows, her light dimmed by the weight of her brother's failures. "Do your storms always have to rage at my door?" The bitterness dripped from her words, sharp and cold like icicles poised to fall. I did what I had to do. Susanoo's eyes blazed, a tempest of emotion swirling just beneath the surface. His fists were clenched, and I could almost hear the crackling of thunder in his veins, the fury of a man who had faced the world and found it wanting. I was cast out for being myself. "You turned your back on me." The accusation hung in the air, palpable and raw, like an open wound in the fabric of their shared history. I remember the night he had stormed the heavens, seeking recognition, a desperate bid for a familial bond that had frayed at the edges. The echoes of that rage still lingered, shadows chasing shadows. He was not just a god of storms, he was a man, flawed, hungry for connection, yet forever ensnared by the chaos that defined him. Time stretched like a taut string, each moment pulling taut with anticipation. I stood there, caught in the web of their conflict, feeling the tremors of their unspoken fears. Amaterasu, the eternal guardian of light, her brilliance dulled by the scars of betrayal. Susanoo, a tempest wrapped in flesh, a creature of the storm, forever dancing on the fringe of darkness. They were two halves of a fractured whole, each desperately clinging to their own version of reality, and yet, they were bound together by a thread that refused to fray. "Do you not see?" Amaterasu's voice softened, but the pain lingered like a distant echo. "This isn't just about you or me. The world trembles because of our division. We are more than our conflicts. We were meant to shine together." Her heart, laid bare, thumped with the weight of unfulfilled promises, a sunrise yearning to break through a night that seemed eternal. But Susanoo was lost in the storm of his own making. "You were always the favorite," he spat, bitterness lacing each word. "You shone too brightly for me to ever be seen. I was the shadow, forever chasing your light." The rawness in his voice reverberated through the air like the aftermath of thunder, each word echoing a truth he had carried for far too long. I felt their pain, a visceral tug in my own heart, like barbs of thorns embedded in flesh. I remember being that child, standing under the weight of expectations, the stifling air of perfection. It was suffocating, and I could see it mirrored in their eyes. They were not just gods, they were siblings, caught in an eternal struggle for love, respect, and understanding. They faced each other, two forces of nature, the heavens holding its breath in anticipation. I could feel the tension building, a tight coil ready to snap. The storm was here, not just in the skies above, but within their hearts. "Enough!" Amaterasu shouted, her voice trembling with a mix of power and vulnerability. "I cannot keep living in your shadows, Susanoo. I want my light back." And in that moment, something shifted. The storm paused, suspended in time, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Susanoo's gaze softened, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. "And what if I cannot change?" His voice, once fierce, now held a tremor of uncertainty, a man standing at the edge of an abyss, terrified yet longing to leap. "Then we shall change together," she whispered, the sincerity of her words slicing through the air like a blade. I saw the flicker of hope ignite, a fragile thing, shimmering amidst the storm clouds. Love, once buried beneath layers of hurt, began to bloom anew, fragile and unsteady, like the first flower pushing through the winter's frost. I remember the feeling of longing, the ache of connection that echoed in my own heart. It was a bittersweet symphony, woven with threads of sorrow and joy, a tapestry of existence that could only be understood through shared pain. They were two sides of the same coin, light and dark, hope and despair, forever entwined, yet desperately yearning for freedom from the chains of their past. But as their eyes locked, a spark ignited, the air around them shimmering with the weight of potential. The storm rumbled restlessly, a reminder that reconciliation was not a gentle breeze but a wild tempest, fierce and unpredictable. And so, they stood there, teetering on the precipice of forgiveness, each heartbeat echoing the possibility of a new dawn, a new beginning. I could feel it in my bones, the tension, the hope, the undeniable pull of destiny. The storm was far from over, but for the first time, I sensed a shift. As the clouds gathered, swirling ominously overhead, I knew that the confrontation was only just beginning. And with it, the promise of a reunion that could either heal their fractured bond or tear them apart forever. The wind howled, a spine-chilling symphony of longing and despair, as I stood witness to their fragile dance, a dance of gods, a dance of life, a dance that had only just begun. The storm raged on, and I could only hold my breath, waiting for the moment when everything would change. The air crackled, heavy with a tension so thick it could suffocate. Beneath the sickly glow of a waning moon, a figure knelt in the mud, hands trembling, dirt-streaked fingers clawing at the earth as if searching for salvation. This was no ordinary night, it was the abyss where human frailty met divine indifference. The kami watched, unseen yet omnipresent, their judgment looming over the stricken soul. I was there, I felt the cold fingers of despair wrap around my heart like vines choking the life from a weary tree. Aiko was consumed by her guilt, her tears mingling with the rain-drenched ground. Every breath was a prayer whispered to the kami, a plea that echoed in the silence of the forest where shadows danced like forgotten dreams. She had made a choice, one that spiraled into chaos, and now the kami, those elusive spirits, were her only hope. I remember, she choked on the words, her voice a fragile whisper against the roar of the storm. I remember when the village gathered to celebrate the harvest. I stood proudly with my family, but in my heart, the darkness was already taking root. And then there was Haruto, a man forged from the very essence of regret. He stood at the edge of the cliff, the waves crashing violently below, an orchestra of chaos that mirrored the storm within him. I remember, he murmured, eyes glazed with memories that clawed at his sanity. I remember the day I turned my back on my father, the day I chose ambition over honor. The kami have not forgotten, they never forget. His breath caught in his throat as the winds howled like spirits mourning lost opportunities. Aiko, heart pounding like a war drum, looked up from the mud, her gaze meeting Haruto's. She saw in him a reflection of her own despair, a shared wound that bled into the fabric of the night. The kami are angry, she whispered, trembling beneath the weight of their gaze. They demand sacrifices. The words hung heavy between them, each syllable a noose tightening around their fates. Sacrifices, Haruto echoed, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. But what can they take from us that we haven't already lost? The question hung, ghost-like, in the air, a specter of their shared past. They both knew the answer, an unspoken truth that gnawed at the edges of their sanity. The kami sought balance, and their lives were a chaotic imbalance, a dance between light and shadow, love and betrayal. In the silence that followed, the kami pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth, a rhythm that resonated deep within. Aiko could feel it, a thrumming in her veins that both terrified and exhilarated her. I remember, she began again, her voice stronger now, infused with a flicker of determination. I remember the stories my grandmother told me. Legends of kami who walked among us, guiding our fates, punishing our sins. Do you think they still care? Care? Haruto scoffed, bitterness dripping from his words like poison. Care is for the living. The kami are indifferent, puppeteers pulling our strings for their amusement. Yet even as the words left his lips, a shiver coursed through him, a memory, perhaps, of a time when he believed in something greater. But then, the wind shifted, and the shadows deepened. The kami were restless, their whispers rising in a cacophony of despair. You seek redemption, a voice hissed from the depths of the night, the very air thick with the weight of their judgment. But redemption is a fickle ghost, one that laughs in the face of those who chase it. Aiko's heart raced, fear clawing at her throat. What do you want from us? She cried out into the dark, desperation bleeding into her voice. What more must we give? The answer came not in words but in the silence that followed, an echo of their own hearts beating in sync with the kami's dark song. Haruto stepped closer to Aiko, their shoulders brushing, an electric surge of understanding passing between them. We must confront the darkness, he said, his voice firm. Face our past, each sin, each betrayal. Only then can we hope to appease the kami. And so, they stood together, two broken souls tethered by the weight of their choices. I could feel the ground shift beneath them, the earth trembling as if anticipating the storm of confrontation about to unfold. The kami demanded honesty, raw and unfiltered. I remember, Aiko's voice broke through the tension, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea of their regrets. I remember the love I betrayed, the trust one shattered. I am not worthy of forgiveness. A flicker of defiance ignited within Haruto. But forgiveness is not ours to withhold. It is a gift, a chance to make amends. His words resonated, a spark in the darkness, igniting something deep within Aiko. Together, we can offer ourselves to the kami. Not as broken vessels, but as warriors willing to fight for our redemption. The moment hung in the air, pregnant with possibility. Aiko and Haruto, two figures against the backdrop of an unforgiving night, standing on the precipice of their own salvation. The kami watched, their presence a constant reminder that every choice had a consequence. The storm raged on, but within the chaos, something shifted. The first step toward redemption began with acceptance and vulnerability. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of confrontation, the looming shadows whispering secrets of the past, the moon bearing witness to their struggle. As the winds howled louder, the kami's song intertwined with their own, a haunting melody of fear and hope. In that moment, they forged a pact, a vow to face their demons, no matter how daunting. The world around them faded, the cacophony of the storm reduced to a mere backdrop for their emotional crescendo. They could feel the kami's judgment, a weight heavier than the sky above them, but it no longer felt insurmountable. And so, they stood there, poised on the edge of the unknown, hearts pounding in unison, ready to confront the very essence of what it meant to be human. Redemption was not a destination, it was a journey, a dance with the kami through the shadows of their souls. The night was alive with possibilities, and the story continued, poised to unfurl like the petals of a dark flower in the moonlight, the shadows dancing ominously around them as they stepped forward into their fate. The ground trembles beneath me, a pulse echoing through the earth like a heartbeat, and the air crackles with a tension that coils around my throat. In this moment, this electrifying stillness, I can feel the weight of 1,000 years bearing down. The shadows stretch long, whispering secrets of ancient gods and the families torn apart by their tumultuous rivalry. Amaterasu stands, fierce and radiant, her eyes two blazing suns illuminating the darkness that Susanoo, her brother, has cast over the land. The heavens themselves hold their breath, an eerie silence stretching like a taut string ready to snap, a moment poised between fury and forgiveness. I can almost hear the cries of the villagers, their prayers rising into the air like fragile paper cranes, fluttering toward the divine. They tremble beneath the weight of their fears. You can see it in their eyes, the desperation, the hope, the heartbreak. I remember a woman, her hand shaking as she clutched her child, whispering tales of Amaterasu, the goddess who brings light to their days, who is both a protector and a reminder of their fragility. She is the sun, she murmurs, almost as if it's a prayer, and without her, we are nothing. And there's Susanoo, restless and wild, the wind howling in his wake, a tempest of rage and sorrow. He is the storm, a chaotic swirl of emotions, and his laughter is the sound of thunder crashing against the mountains. I remember how he once loved his sister, how the bond between them was forged in shared laughter. Then, jealousy crept in, whispering sweet poison in his ear, turning love into rage, turning their harmonious existence into a war of the gods. This conflict is not just celestial, it seeps into the lives of mortals, rippling through their daily lives like a tidal wave threatening to drown them. The clash between these two celestial beings is more than a myth, it is the very fabric of Japanese culture. Their stories are woven into the threads of society. Festivals erupt in celebration of Amaterasu's light, filled with laughter and joy, but the shadows of Susanoo are always lurking, reminding us that chaos can rise at any moment. I remember the faces of the children, their eyes wide, caught between the stories of light and dark. They dance, oblivious to the conflict, yet they carry the weight of a legacy etched into their very souls. There, at the peak of the mountain, I can see her, Amaterasu, her radiant form shimmering against the backdrop of darkness, a beacon of hope. But beneath that glow lies a profound loneliness, an aching isolation that cuts deeper than any blade. I feel it in my own chest, that longing to be understood, to be seen. How can a goddess, so powerful, feel so utterly alone? The villagers look to her for strength, but what do they know of her heart? What do they know of her sacrifice? The light she bears comes from her very essence, a price that weighs heavily on her spirit. Then there's Susanoo, the storm, the trickster god, filled with charm and mischief. He is the wild card, unpredictable and fierce, but there's a hurt that drives him, a sense of betrayal that gnaws at his soul. I remember a moment when he stood atop a cliff, the wind whipping through his hair, his laughter ringing out like a bell, joyful yet haunting. He was once the beloved brother, the protector. Now, he is the embodiment of chaos, driven by a tempest of emotions that threaten to consume him. The villagers tremble at the mention of his name, but deep down, behind their fears, I know they feel the pull of his spirit, an undeniable allure. Why must you hide? He calls to Amaterasu, his voice reverberating through the valleys, a sound both beautiful and tragic. Why must you turn your back on me? His words are laced with bitterness, yet beneath the anger lies a fragile thread of longing, an echo of a time when they were inseparable. The rift between them stretches wide, a chasm of misunderstanding and pain, and the world holds its breath, waiting for what might come next. The festivals continue, vibrant bursts of color and sound celebrating the sun goddess, yet in the shadows, there are whispers of Susanoo's wrath. The fear ripples through the crowd, a collective pulse of anxiety that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. They paint their faces with smiles, but in their hearts lies a tremor, a fear of what lurks beyond the light. I remember the old man at the edge of the town, cradling a dying lantern, his hands trembling as he recalls the legends of Susanoo's fury. Chaos is always just around the corner, he warns, and the children shudder, eyes wide, hearts thumping like a drumbeat of dread. And yet, even in the midst of this turmoil, love flickers like a dying ember. I remember the young couple standing hand in hand, sharing glances that speak of unspoken promises, a hope that love can conquer even the fiercest storms. Their laughter dances like fireflies in the twilight, illuminating the shadows for just a moment. But the darkness creeps back, an uninvited guest, wrapping itself around their hearts, a reminder that love is often intertwined with pain. Amaterasu and Susanoo's conflict mirrors our own lives, the tumultuous dance of love and fear, joy and sorrow. The stories of gods become the stories of mortals, played out in every street, every home, every heart. Their battles resonate through time, shaping our understanding of family, loyalty, and the thin line that separates love from hate. The cultural impact of their tale is a mirror reflecting our own struggles, our own triumphs. It is a reminder that we are all caught in the relentless cycles of light and shadow, fighting our own storms. I feel it, the weight of expectation, the burden of legacy. Every heartbeat echoes the conflicted tales of Amaterasu and Susanoo, intertwining with my own. Their struggles are a part of me, a haunting melody that plays on repeat, tugging at my soul. And as the storm clouds gather, as the sun dips below the horizon, I know that the clash of these two ancient beings will continue to shape not just their world, but ours as well. With every breath I take, I can feel the tension building toward an inevitable crescendo, a confrontation that looms on the horizon like a gathering storm. The air is thick with anticipation, electric with the promise of something monumental. It is not just a myth, it is life itself, unyielding and raw, a testament to the enduring impact of Amaterasu and Susanoo on the tapestry of existence. The cycle continues, an unbroken chain linking past and present, light and dark, love and chaos. In this moment, the world stands still, suspended in time, waiting for the inevitable clash that will shake the heavens and the earth. And I am right here, on the edge of it all, feeling every pulse of emotion that binds us together. The air crackled, a symphony of tension and anticipation, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting everything in shades of fiery orange and deepening crimson. It was the festival of Amaterasu, and the world held its breath. I stood amidst the throng of bodies, a sea of hope and fear, as shadows stretched long like fingers reaching for the fading light. Children clutched their parents' hands, their laughter echoing, yet it felt hollow against the weight of what was to come. I remember the scent of incense mingling with the fervor of prayer, thick and sweet, wrapping around us like a protective charm. But there was no protection here, not really. The air felt electric, charged with the whispers of ancestors and the ghosts of promises unfulfilled. My heart raced in sync with the drums, a heartbeat of the earth itself, relentless and primal. It was a rhythm that echoed the clash of belief and doubt within me. And then there was Haruki, a friend turned estranged, standing across the way, his eyes alight with a fierce glow, a reflection of the burning sun. His presence ignited something primal within me, a mix of longing and anger. How could he, with that reckless smile, shrug off the weight of our past? The festival, an ancient tradition meant to honor the goddess of the sun, felt more like a battleground between our shared history and the bright future he seemed to chase with a naive fervor. I remember, I whispered to no one, the phrase a talisman against the encroaching darkness. I remember the way we used to climb to the rooftop at dusk, our laughter mingling with the stars, the world beneath us a mere backdrop for our dreams. But those dreams had shattered like glass, and the shards cut deep, reminding me of all we had lost, a friendship marred by betrayal, a connection severed by silence. As the sun kissed the horizon, the first shadows of night began to creep in, cold and relentless. I glanced at my sister, Aiko, her face illuminated by the flickering lanterns. She was lost in her thoughts, her eyes reflecting the firelight but holding a darkness of their own, a weight we had both carried since that fateful night, the night we lost our mother to the very festival that now beckoned us with open arms. The irony twisted like a knife, carving deeper into my heart. Aiko, I called, my voice barely breaking through the drum beats. Her gaze snapped to mine, a moment of recognition sparking between us like a flame. We were two souls tethered to the same sorrow, yet separated by the chasm of unspoken words. What if this time, it's different? But as I said it, I felt a tremor of doubt, a shudder of fear coursing through me. The festival was a double-edged sword, a celebration of light shadowed by the darkness of loss. Aiko only shook her head, a silent refusal cloaked in resignation. I knew what she was thinking. How could we celebrate when the very reason for the festival had taken so much from us? The drums crescendoed, a chaotic heartbeat. I watched as Haruki stepped forward, into the circle where the fire crackled with life, his fingers dancing in the air, weaving in and out of the flames. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and utterly reckless. "Join me," he called, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade, daring us to confront the shadows we had avoided for too long. I could feel Aiko's tension beside me, her body taut like a bowstring pulled too tight. I wanted to pull her back, to keep her safe, but my feet were rooted in place, caught in the web of memories and regrets. I could see the flicker of courage in Haruki's eyes, a beacon in the darkness, but it was also foolish, a moth drawn to the flame, destined to be burned. "I remember the stories," I said, my voice rising above the cacophony. "The tales of Amaterasu and her light, how she brings life and warmth. But what if," I paused, a shiver racing down my spine, "what if she turns her back on us? What if this light is a lie?" The moment hung thick in the air, a heavy silence draping over the crowd. Aiko's gaze pierced through me, a mixture of fear and clarity. "What if we are the ones who turned our backs?" she whispered, the words barely audible, yet they struck like thunder. We were spiraling into a tempest, a clash of emotions laid bare under the dying sun. The drums pounded, the people swayed, but inside of me, a storm brewed. I wanted to scream, to let all my fury and grief erupt like a volcano. The festival promised renewal, but I felt only the weight of our past pressing against my chest, a suffocating darkness that threatened to swallow me whole. A flicker of flame caught my eye, and my heart lurched. Haruki was dancing now, a wild abandon, a desperate plea for connection. He spun and twisted, as if he could dance away the shadows, and for a moment, he looked untouchable, like the sun itself, bright and blazing against the encroaching night. But then, just like that, it happened. The fire leapt higher, a mischievous spark that caught the edge of his clothing, and in that instant, my heart seized. Time slowed, a crushing weight against my chest. "No!" I screamed, breaking free from the cocoon of my despair, lunging forward as the fire roared, a beast awakened. Aiko was at my side, her hand clutching mine tightly. Together, we ran through the chaos, our past colliding with the present, as we fought against the tide of memories pulling us back. And there he was, Haruki, caught in the blaze, flames flickering around him like the embrace of a vengeful goddess. "Together?" I shouted, our voices rising against the tumult, the heartbeat of the festival thundering beneath our feet, a reminder that light and darkness danced hand in hand, shadows whispering secrets yet untold. And in that moment, as we reached him, I realized the festival was not just a celebration of Amaterasu, but of us, of our histories entwined in the light and the dark. Our hearts raced, and perhaps, just maybe, the shadows could become our strength, an unbreakable thread weaving us together. The festival was a spiral, a loop, and we were caught in its rhythm, a part of something so much greater, a story that refused to end. The sky hung heavy with the scent of rain, thick and choking, as if the heavens themselves were mourning. I stood among the ruins of what once was a village, my heart thrumming in my chest, pounding out the rhythm of an ancient tale, one that breathed and writhed like a serpent in the shadows. This was the moment when fear came alive, a creature with claws that sank deep into the very marrow of my being. The night cloaked us, a shroud woven with whispers of the past, where every shadow danced with the specters of forgotten dreams. In the center of those charred remains, Yuri knelt, his face a mask of anguish and determination. I could see the tremors in his hands, the way his fingers curled around the hilt of a sword like a ghost gripping its own grave. "I remember," he muttered, his voice raw, "the stories my grandmother told of the great dragon that watches over the mountains, its eyes like burning coals, waiting for the moment of reckoning." He looked at me, desperation flooding his gaze. But these tales, they are not mere stories anymore. They are warnings. Around us, the air crackled with tension, the kind that precedes a storm. I felt it in my bones, the dread that clung to the world like a second skin, the memories of distant battles echoing in the bitter wind. The dragon meant something more than mere folklore. It was the embodiment of chaos, a twisted reflection of our darkest fears. Each flicker of flame from the remnants of our home seemed to hiss, "Remember me. Remember what you have lost." Then there was Kaori, standing apart from us, her silhouette stark against the dying embers. I could see her breath hitch, a soul caught between light and shadow. "You don't understand," she said, the tremor in her voice betraying her bravado. "It's not just a beast we face. It's the weight of our past, the burden of our choices." Her eyes glinted with fury and sorrow, a tempest brewing just beneath the surface. "We are the architects of our own ruin." I wanted to scream, to shake her out of this spiral of despair, but her truth was like a blade cutting through the fog. We had woven a tapestry of mistakes and regrets, each thread an offering to the dragon that now loomed at the edges of our lives. The moon hung low, casting an otherworldly glow that flickered like the flame of a dying candle. Each breath I took was heavy with the weight of unspoken words, the need for redemption that clawed at my insides. "Yuri," I whispered, clutching my own weapon, a relic passed down through generations, its history stained with blood and sacrifice. "What if we're not strong enough? What if we fail?" The fear curled around my heart, a serpent tightening its grip. What if the dragon is right? He turned to me, and for a moment, I saw the boy he had once been, a child filled with laughter and dreams. It's not about being strong enough. It's about fighting, even when the odds are against us. His voice was a fire against the encroaching dark, and I could feel it igniting something deep within me, a flicker of hope, a will to stand and face the beast. We owe it to those who came before us, to the stories that bind us. Kaori stepped forward, her eyes filled with a fierce light that pierced through the gloom. I remember the night spent huddled in my grandmother's arms, listening to her tales of courage and sacrifice. She would say that the dragon wasn't just a monster, it was a guardian, a reminder of the balance between chaos and order. Her voice crescendoed, echoing through the ashes. We must confront it, face the truth of our existence, and in doing so, we reclaim our fate. But doubt clawed at me, sharp and unrelenting. I could feel the dragon lurking just beyond the horizon, its breath a hot wind against my skin. What if confronting it means facing our own demons? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What if it reveals the darkness within us? That, Yuri said, taking a step closer, is the truest fight of all. His words resonated like thunder, a battle cry against the silence that enveloped us. We can't hide from ourselves any longer. The dragon's fire will consume us, but in the flames, we might find our rebirth. And then, as if summoned by our very fears, the ground trembled beneath our feet, a heartbeat of its own. The sky split open with a roar, the dragon emerging from the depths of legends, scales shimmering like shards of night. Its eyes were vast pools of fury, and in that moment, I felt the truth wash over me. This was not just a creature of myth, it was the essence of every choice we had ever made, every regret we carried like burdens on our backs. The confrontation loomed before us, vast and terrifying, a chasm filled with shadows and echoes. I could feel my heart racing, a frantic drumbeat as we faced the embodiment of our despair. The air crackled with magic and malice, the dragon's presence a storm that threatened to tear us apart. Yet, within that swirling chaos, I also felt something else, a flicker of resilience, a whisper of strength buried deep within our souls. I could see it in Yuri's eyes, the determination to fight for the stories we held dear, to break the cycle of fear and despair. And in Kaori's fierce spirit, I glimpsed the light of hope, a spark that could ignite a revolution against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. As the dragon unleashed its fury, a terrifying symphony of rage and sorrow, I understood what it meant to confront one's own nature. I remembered the weight of our history, the laughter of our ancestors echoing in the winds, urging us forward. In that instant, I felt alive, consumed by the flame of defiance, ready to face whatever came next. For the dragon was not just a beast to be slain, it was a force to be reckoned with, a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and highest hopes. And as it descended upon us, I held tightly to my companions, for together, we were about to unleash a power far greater than any monster could contain. The shadows of Tokyo loom like ghosts, curling around the neon-lit streets, where the sky swallows the sun, a perfect metaphor for an impending clash between two titans. I stand on the precipice, breath hitching in my throat, the weight of 1,000 stories pressing down on me like a heavy cloak. Amaterasu's light flickers dimly, her warmth retreating from the chaos that surrounds Susanoo, the unruly storm that has become the embodiment of our modern fears. I remember a time when laughter echoed in the alleys, when the world was painted with the hues of joy and dreams. But now, the air is thick with dread, a palpable tension that coils around our hearts, squeezing tighter with every breath. A siren screams in the distance, piercing through the carefully constructed facade of normalcy, dragging us back to the storm raging within. Amaterasu, brilliant, fierce, stands at the edge of a rooftop, her silhouette a sharp contrast against the dying afternoon light. There's a wildness in her eyes, a fierce glimmer that speaks of hope and despair intertwined. She's not just a goddess, she's a woman burdened with expectations, the weight of her family's legacy heavy on her shoulders. Her hands tremble as she clutches the sword at her side, the blade glinting with a promise, though she's unsure if it's one of victory or destruction. "I can't do this," she whispers, the words barely escaping her lips, but they hit me with the force of a crashing wave. The city stretches out below us, a labyrinth of concrete and steel, and I can almost feel the pulse of its people thrumming in time with her heartbeat. She's afraid, a truth that cuts deeper than any blade, afraid of failing, afraid of losing the light. And then there's Susanoo, the restless spirit of chaos. He's always been the wild card, the one who's never played by the rules. Clashing storms manifest in his very presence, a tempest of rage and sorrow, an anger that spills over into the lives of everyone around him. I see him now, pacing through the narrow, crowded streets, his fists clenched tight, echoing with the rhythm of his unbridled emotions. "I remember the way it used to feel," he growls, his voice a guttural rumble that shakes the very ground beneath me. His memories flood back like a tidal wave, childhood laughter, the warmth of family dinners, the fleeting moments that once felt safe. But those days crumble like brittle leaves underfoot, and all he has left are shadows. In that moment, I realize their fates are intertwined, bound by a tapestry woven with threads of anger, love, and regret. Their conflict isn't merely flesh and blood, it's the very essence of existence, the eternal struggle between light and dark, hope and despair. The clock ticks, each second a heartbeat we can't afford to waste. Amaterasu's gaze flickers toward the horizon, where the sun should rise but instead is swallowed by the encroaching storm. "He won't stop," she murmurs, her voice steeped in resignation, as if she's already lost the battle before it's even begun. "I can't let him destroy everything," she breathes, and the desperation in her voice sends chills down my spine. I can see her dreams shattering, like glass underfoot, and with each tiny crack, my heart aches deeper. Time slips away, a cruel master that refuses to pause, and suddenly, we're spiraling toward the inevitable confrontation. Susanoo's rage bursts forth, raw and visceral, a torrent of fury that spills into the streets, transforming innocent lives into collateral damage. I feel the tremors of his anger ripple through me, a rush of heat and cold, terror and exhilaration intertwining. "Why can't you see?" he shouts into the night, his voice cracking like thunder, resonating with the pain of countless unspoken words. "We were once a family. A team. But you," he falters, the breath catching in his throat. "You turned your back on me." Amaterasu winces, the guilt rising within her like bile. I can see it, the haunting memories flashing across her face, the regret of choices that led to this moment. "You think this is what I wanted?" she cries out, her voice trembling with intensity. "You think I wanted to be the light that shattered the darkness? I never asked for this." The city around us holds its breath, the air electric with unspent tension. Each word, like a dagger, cuts deeper, and I feel the weight of their shared grief, their love, and their unrelenting anger swirling in the air, thickening like smoke. I can't look away as they face each other, two powerful forces ready to collide, the shadows of their past looming behind them. There's a desperation in Amaterasu's eyes, a flicker of something more, hope, perhaps. Or maybe it's just the dying embers of a connection that seems impossible to rekindle. Please, she whispers, the word a fragile thread that hangs between them, trembling with possibility. We can find a way back. We can, but before she can finish, Susanoo lunges, a blur of motion, his pain morphing into raw energy that explodes in a brilliant flash. The city erupts in chaos, lights shattering, echoes of screams and fury mingling in a cacophony of despair. And there I am, caught in the eye of the storm, my heart racing, echoing the tumultuous emotion swirling around me, love, anger, regret, and a desperate wish for reconciliation. I can't look away, I can't turn back. This isn't merely a battle between divine beings, it's a reflection of our own struggles, the fractured relationships we navigate in pursuit of light amid darkness. Every moment is a heartbeat, every breath a prayer. Amaterasu and Susanoo swirl in this storm of emotion, their destinies intertwining like shadows cast by flickering flames, whispering promises of hope in a world that feels impossibly bleak. I stand at the edge, suspended in this moment of crisis, knowing that their struggle reflects our own, an eternal dance between light and dark, a fight for understanding in a world that often feels lost. As the storm rages on, I can only watch, breathless, heart-pounding, waiting for the inevitable clash that will reshape everything we know, that will carry us, whether we're ready or not, into the next chapter of this haunting tale. The wind howled through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers clawing at the night sky. A storm swirled on the horizon, dark clouds rolling in like a tide that threatened to swallow everything whole. In the heart of that chaos stood Haruki, breathless, his chest rising and falling like the waves crashing against the rugged cliffs nearby. The air crackled with electricity, charged with something primal, something alive. He could feel it. It wrapped around him, pulling him into the depths of his own turmoil. I remember, he whispered, his voice barely a tremor against the howling wind. I remember the first time I stood before the shrine, my small hands trembling as I offered my coin, the cool metal slipping from my fingers, a prayer lingering on my lips. But that moment seemed a lifetime away, overshadowed now by the weight of expectations pressing down on his shoulders like the burden of 1,000 ancestral spirits. Beside him, Kyoko watched with eyes like storm clouds, bright, electric, and brimming with uncertainty. She was lost in her own thoughts, wrestling with shadows that crept just beyond the edges of her mind. "Do you believe in the kami, Haruki?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread against the tempest. "Do they really watch over us?" In that instant, the storm seemed to pause, as if the world itself leaned in to hear the answer. Haruki hesitated. His beliefs danced like the flickering lanterns at the shrine, illuminating fragments of his soul that longed to connect with something greater, yet cast deep shadows where doubt thrived. "I used to," he finally murmured, "but if now? I'm not sure." "Not sure?" Kyoko echoed, her voice rising in intensity, raw and jagged. "How can we not be sure? This is our heritage." Her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms, drawing blood, a reminder of the sacrifices made by those who walked before them, the ancestors bound to the land by invisible threads of faith. "We can't let it slip away into the darkness." But the darkness was seductive, like the whisper of ghosts in the night. They were everywhere, spirits of the past clinging to the air, reminding Haruki of the countless centuries that shaped this identity. And yet, with each passing moment, their presence felt both ancient and suffocating. "What if it's all a facade?" he breathed, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "What if the kami are just stories, remnants of an era that no longer exists?" Kyoko's eyes flashed with a fire that both terrified and inspired him. "If we stop believing, then we lose ourselves. We lose our connection to the past, to the land we stand on." She cast her gaze skyward, as if searching for the answers among the swirling clouds. Those trees, that shrine, they're not just wood and stone. They're history. They're us. "I remember standing under cherry blossoms," Haruki replied, stumbling through the memories, each word a fragile petal falling from the branches of his mind. The world bathed in pink, laughter echoing like a song, then the petals falling, like life itself slipping away. The beauty of that day was haunting, a reminder of the impermanence that loomed like a shadow on their every step. A crack of thunder shook the air, and the storm seemed to respond to his pain, unleashing a torrent of rain that drenched them to their bones. "This isn't a moment of beauty," Kyoko shouted over the downpour, her defiance rising with the storm. "This is the fury of the kami. This is their anger." Her voice was a wild melody, fierce and unyielding, echoing the tragedies of the past, a reminder that their struggles were not theirs alone but part of a lineage woven from suffering and resilience. And there it was, a flicker of understanding. The connection was alive, sparking between them like the lightning that illuminated the dark sky. Beneath the chaos, the weight of their emotional conflict surged, heavy and fierce, like the very storm that surrounded them. The kami were not distant deities, they were the embodiment of every heartbreak, every joy, every moment lost and found in the tapestry of existence. "He who forgets the past is doomed to repeat it," Kyoko declared, her voice unwavering, as if she were invoking the very spirits that lingered in the shadows. "We cannot let go, Haruki. We owe it to them, to ourselves." And in that moment, the rain ceased, replaced by an eerie stillness that hung heavy in the air, a pause in the chaos where time itself seemed to hold its breath. Haruki felt his heart quicken, a drumbeat echoing the ancestral calls that surged through his veins. The storm had transformed into something more, an awakening, a call to action. The kami were more than whispers of the past, they were echoes of their own fears, hopes, and dreams. "I remember," Haruki began, but the words caught in his throat, turning to ashes. He felt the weight of those who had come before him, their lives woven into the fabric of the earth, a collective identity bound to the ebb and flow of time. "I remember the stories," he finally said, voice trembling. "The tales of gods and spirits, of love and loss, and how they shaped our world. They are not mere fables, they are the blood that courses through our history." Kyoko reached out, her fingers brushing against his, as if anchoring him to the moment. "Then let's honor them," she urged, her breath warm against the cool night air. "Let's remind ourselves who we are." The storm had not passed, it lingered just beyond the horizon, waiting, watching. And in that moment of connection, as their fingers entwined, an unspoken understanding blossomed, an acceptance of their fears, an acknowledgement of their heritage, a commitment to rise against the tides of doubt that threatened to pull them under. In the depths of that storm, they became more than individuals, they became vessels of their ancestors' hopes and dreams, bearers of a legacy that was both fragile and ferocious. The kami were not just spirits, they were whispers of resilience, voices of the past echoing through the marrow of their bones. Time held no meaning now, and the storm raged on, but within the heart of chaos, a fire ignited, raw, unyielding, and alive. The night was a tapestry of shadows and light, the reminder that within the struggle lay the essence of their identity, anchored in the sacred bond with the land, the spirits, and each other. And as they stood together, drenched and defiant, they felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, resonating with the heartbeat of history. They were alive, they were part of something greater, and the storm, the storm had become a symphony, a testament to their fight, their love, their very existence. And in that moment, they were unbreakable. The air hung thick like a noose around her throat, tightening with every heartbeat. Yuki stood at the mouth of the forest, shadows dancing ominously between the trees, whispering stories of ancestors long forgotten. A chill ran down her spine, and for a moment, she hesitated, torn between duty and fear. Behind her, the village pulsed with life, laughter ringing out like distant bells, but here, in the shivering twilight, the weight of her past loomed larger than the towering cedars. She could hear their voices, laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire, but a tension gripped her heart like a vice. "I remember," it was a mantra, a desperate plea against the encroaching void. Memories flooded her, dancing around the bonfire, the smell of grilled fish, the warmth of hands clasped in friendship. But those memories were tainted now, stained with loss. I remember the stories, those tales of ancient spirits and vengeful gods spun by her grandmother swirled in her mind like a tempest, each tale a thread woven into her very being. They were warnings, lessons, truths buried deep in the fabric of her existence. I remember the fear. To her left, Kenji waited, shoulders hunched, a silent storm brewing behind his stoic facade. His brow furrowed in concentration, and for a moment, she wondered if he could feel the ancient dread that thrummed through the earth beneath their feet. He was a man forged by grief, his heart a battlefield marked by the scars of war. The village had once been his sanctuary, but now it felt like a cage, each familiar face a reminder of those who had been lost. "Let's go," he urged, his voice barely above a whisper, but she could hear the urgency. It wasn't just the forest, they were running from something far more insidious, a darkness creeping into their lives. "I remember," she whispered again, echoing the fear that clouded her mind. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, a low rumble that crawled up from the depths of the earth, sending her heart racing. What was that? Desperation flooded her voice, blending with the rustling leaves that seemed to mock her terror. "They say it's the spirits," Kenji replied, his gaze flitting to the treetops, where shadows twisted like serpents. "The ones who never found peace." He clenched his fists, and Yuki saw the struggle etched across his face, a battle between anger and despair. She felt a pang of connection to him, one that was fragile yet electric, forged from shared trauma. They were bound by their pasts, haunted by the specters of their ancestors. A gust of wind howled through the branches, echoing like a mournful cry. "I remember," she began, but the memory faltered. The village festival, a celebration of life, a tribute to the spirits that watched over them. The way her grandmother's eyes sparkled with mischief as she recounted the tales of Yurei, restless souls seeking vengeance. The lanterns, Yuki's voice trailed off, her heart aching with longing. "We used to send them out to guide the lost home." "We can't forget them," Kenji said, his voice a tremor. "But we have to move forward." He turned to face her, vulnerability crackling in the air between them. "What if the legends were warnings? What if we're the ones who've disturbed their peace?" The intensity in his eyes bore into her, igniting a fire she thought long extinguished. "No more running," she vowed, her voice steady, breaking through the fog of fear that had gripped her heart. "We face this together." The weight of her words pressed down on them, yet it felt liberating, a promise against the encroaching shadows that threatened to consume them both. They were warriors in a battle against their own demons, their hearts pulsing with the legacy of those who had come before. "I remember," they chanted in unison, a desperate incantation that echoed through the woods. With each repetition, they drew strength from the past, from the stories that had shaped their very existence. They could feel the presence of the old gods around them, felt the weight of their expectations pressing down, urging them to act, to confront the darkness head-on. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in an otherworldly glow, as if the very essence of the forest had come alive. The spirit glided forward, ethereal and haunting, a reminder of love lost and vengeance sought. "You bear the scars of your ancestors," it whispered, voice like rustling leaves, ancient and sorrowful. "Will you honor them, or will you let their suffering consume you?" Yuki's heart raced, the air charged with unspoken tension. She felt Kenji's presence beside her, their fears intertwining like smoke. The spirit's eyes glimmered with something unfathomable, and in that moment, Yuki understood, they were entangled in a painful dance of fate, bound by the choices of those who had come before. "We will honor them," she whispered fiercely, her voice trembling with determination. "We will break the cycle." The spirit nodded, a fleeting smile breaking across its face, and for a moment, warmth swept through Yuki, filling the cold chasm of despair that had settled in her heart. But the moment shattered as the wind picked up, howling through the trees, carrying with it the weight of 1,000 souls. The shadows deepened, and Yuki felt the world tilt, as if the very fabric of reality was fraying at the seams. "Let's go!" Kenji shouted, urgency driving his words, but Yuki stood rooted to the spot, the weight of the moment anchoring her, pulling her deeper into the mystery of their existence. "This is our moment." She could feel the ancestral voices rising around them, the echoes of their laughter and tears merging into a cacophony that enveloped her. She reached for Kenji, their fingers brushing in a fleeting connection that sparked with electricity. The shadows loomed larger, fierce, and relentless, and in the depths of her soul, Yuki knew this was merely the beginning. The legends were alive, breathing in the night, demanding to be acknowledged, demanding to be rewritten. Together, they would step into the abyss, hearts pounding in synchronicity, ready to confront the darkness that lay ahead. The air crackled with tension, their fears swirling like a tempest, but within each pulse of uncertainty lay the promise of resilience. Clocks ticked ominously, time stretching, bending, the past, present, and future colliding into one tumultuous moment. The cycle would not continue, and with each breath, they stood on the precipice of change, ready to carve their own legacy into the annals of history. I remember, Yuki whispered, the shadows swirling around them. And now. I will never forget. As they plunged into the darkness, the weight of their ancestors propelled them forward, a fierce determination igniting within. The night was alive, the story only just beginning to unfold. The ground trembles beneath a sky bleached with tension, silence heavy as an iron curtain, and I swear you can feel the cosmos holding its breath. The air between us crackles, thickening with unspoken words, memories trapped in amber. I remember that moment, the first spark, the first clash, when Amaterasu, the radiant goddess, emerged from her cave, her light spilling across the land, and Susanoo, her brother, the Stormbringer, stood there among the shadows, fists clenched, the wind howling his rage. A fragile balance, an electric thrill, a heartbeat that echoes still. I remember the first painting I saw, a canvas alive with color, Amaterasu's golden rays cascading down like liquid sunlight, warm and beckoning. And Susanoo, a tempest painted in bruised purples and blues, his eyes wild, a chaotic whirlpool of emotions. I stared into the canvas, heart racing, as if the painted figures would leap out and carry me with them into their eternal strife. It was a moment of connection, a bridge between their tumultuous history and my mundane existence. But art, my friends, is a mirror reflecting not just beauty but darkness, too, a reminder of the storm lurking behind the light. I remember Susanoo's anger, raw and palpable, a beast clawing to escape its cage. He stood on a precipice, fury igniting his being, while Amaterasu, serene yet fierce, was the sun, unwavering. It was always this way, the dance of light and shadow. She wanted peace, wanted to mend the world, he longed to shatter it, a reckless child throwing stones in a pond, watching the ripples of chaos spread. Their confrontation was inevitable, a tension simmering like a pot on the verge of boiling over. "Why do you hide?" Susanoo's voice rang out, fierce as thunder, slicing through the silence. "Why do you cower in your cave? The world needs your light." I remember his face, the fierce lines of grief and rage etched deep like ancient scars. He was flawed, human in his divine imperfections, a warrior driven by an insatiable need to be seen, to be understood. It twisted something inside me, resonating with my own battles, my own feelings of invisibility. How painfully relatable he was, even among gods. And there she was, Amaterasu. Her beauty was a raw, visceral thing, illuminating the darkness yet shadowed by her own doubts. "Your chaos brings nothing but pain," she replied, her voice soft yet piercing, as if each word was a drop of sunlight woven into the fabric of night. I could feel her longing, a dreamer trapped in a waking nightmare, wanting to shield the world from the storm that her own blood had unleashed. The world around them was a canvas, shifting and morphing with their emotions. I can hear the whispers of ancient echoes, trees bending, painting the air with tension, the sky darkening as Susanoo's rage threatened to consume everything. And yet, in that chaotic moment, a flicker of something tender shimmered between them, moments of shared laughter in a childhood long past, dreams woven together, the bond of siblings fraying and tightening like the strings of a bow. "Why must you always destroy?" she challenged, a heartbeat echoing in the stillness, and I could feel the weight of that question hanging in the air, a spectre neither could escape. Was it fear or love that propelled their actions? Was Susanoo a monster or merely a brother seeking validation, trying to ignite her light with his storm? I remember the brushstrokes of the art that captured that moment, the swirling chaos of Susanoo's tempest captured in the curling waves of paint, the softness of Amaterasu's golden hair contrasting starkly against the jagged lines of his fury. I could smell the paint, thick and oily, the way it mingled with the air, crackling with an energy that felt almost alive. It was a violent dance, their emotions flaring like fireworks against the night sky, beautiful and terrifying. And then there was that moment, the storm and the sun collided, and time felt like it snapped, like a twig underfoot. They were everything to each other, and yet they were nothing. The art bore witness, capturing the rawness, the intensity of their conflict, every line a pulse, every color a heartbeat. The world held its breath, a canvas and a mirror, binding them in their struggle, in their love. I remember the chill of despair that gripped me as I stood before that canvas, feeling the weight of their unresolved tension. I could feel my heart tighten, my breath hitching in my throat. It was as if I were standing on the edge of a precipice, staring down into the abyss of their conflict, knowing that to step closer would mean to fall into the depths of their pain. The colors sang a haunting melody, drawing me in while simultaneously pushing me away, a reminder of the fragility of light and the inevitability of shadow. And so it played out over centuries, this never-ending clash of light and dark, art capturing their struggles in immortal frames. I found myself lost in galleries, staring at their portrayals, feeling the heat of their emotions wrap around me like tendrils of smoke. I could almost hear their cries, feel their presence swirling around me, a haunting waltz of memories and dreams. I remember the last painting I saw, the final confrontation depicted in a blur of colors, a chaotic dance of despair and longing, the world waiting, bated breath held in anticipation. The tension was palpable, a taut string pulled to the brink of snapping. Amaterasu's warmth reaching out, Susanoo's storm crashing against it, a symphony of emotion, an echo that would never fade. In that moment, standing in the gallery, surrounded by echoes of their existence, I realized I was not merely a witness, but a part of their story, woven into the very fabric of their conflict, a reflection of my own light and darkness, my battles and desires, my longing for connection amidst chaos. And so the cycle continues, their tale an everlasting loop, pulling us in, like the tide, always returning, always hungry for resolution, for understanding, for the light that shines even in the darkest of storms. The river flows like a living pulse, dark and relentless, carving its path through the earth as if it were trying to escape the grip of time itself. I stand by the bank, heart pounding, the air thick with tension. Shadows flicker beneath the surface, and I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. The trees loom like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out, fingers of fate trembling in the wind. Somewhere in that wild tangle of roots and branches lurks the memory of a myth, a tale spun from the fibers of fear and longing. Meris, my sister, stands beside me, her breath hitching as she gazes into the depths. "Do you hear them?" she whispers, a tremor in her voice. I've heard it too, the faint echo of stories woven into the very fabric of the land, stories of heroes and monsters, of gods who fell from the stars and rivers that swallowed the unwary. We both remember whispers of a time when the cosmos danced overhead, and the mountains were alive, their craggy peaks piercing the sky like the teeth of a sleeping giant. But now, the mountains loom like the weight of our past, heavy and unyielding. I can see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, like a candle threatened by the draught. They say the river knows everything, she continues, her voice trembling, that it remembers our ancestors and the sins they buried beneath its waters. I clench my fists, feeling the sharp edges of memory slice through my resolve. I remember the stories, the ones that kept us awake at night, the ones that haunted our dreams. The scent of damp earth fills the air, mingling with the sweet decay of fallen leaves. Each breath is a reminder, a pulse of history that courses through my veins. It can't be true, I say, though the uncertainty lingers like a ghost. Can it? But even as I speak, I feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the stars seemingly watching, waiting. A low rumble echoes in the distance, a sound that feels like the very heartbeat of the mountains, or perhaps the growl of something far more dangerous. I glance at Meris, and in that instant, we share a shuddering realization. We are part of something larger, something that transcends our fragile lives. The myths are alive, breathing through the very veins of the land, and we are mere players in a narrative written long before our time. "Can you feel it?" she asks, her eyes wide, a mix of wonder and dread. The river is calling us. I want to laugh at the absurdity, calling us? As if it cares for us at all. But there's a pull, a magnetic force that tugs at my soul, urging me to lean closer, to listen to the stories that lie beneath the surface. "It'll swallow us whole," I reply, a hint of defiance in my voice. "We can't let it." Yet, the pull grows stronger. The current churns, dark and inviting, like a whisper of salvation wrapped in the guise of danger. I take a step forward, my heart racing as I listen to the river's flow, its voice a murmur beneath the chaos of my thoughts. It speaks of loss, of love, of battles fought and lives shattered. My mind flashes to our father, his laughter echoing against the mountains, and the ache of his absence floods my chest like the rising waters that threaten to consume us. But then there's Yarok, the boy who dared to brave the wilds, his spirit unbroken by the weight of the past. I remember the way he'd stand at the edge of the river, daring it to speak to him, to draw him into its depths. He'd always said it held the answers, that it could provide solace for the restless. "He's gone, Meris," I murmur, the words tasting like ash. He thought he could conquer the myths, but they devoured him. But there's something in her gaze that ignites a spark of rebellion, a fierce determination that I can't quite understand. "Maybe it's not about conquering," she replies, her voice steady now. "Maybe it's about understanding." I can feel the weight of her words settle around us, a shroud of hope rising from the depths of despair. The clouds overhead darken, shadows swirling, twisting into shapes that taunt the edges of reason. I glance up, heart racing. The mountains loom closer, their jagged peaks like fingers beckoning us into the unknown. There's a shift in the air, a crackle of energy that sends chills down my spine. I shudder, pulling away from the river's edge, but Meris remains, entranced, her feet rooted in the earth. "Meris!" I cry out, a desperate plea. "Come back!" Her gaze is locked onto the swirling surface, where the light dances and the shadows play. It's almost hypnotic, a siren song luring her deeper into the abyss. I remember Yarok's laughter, remember how it hung in the air like a promise, only to be swallowed by the river's dark embrace. "I have to know," she whispers, her voice barely audible over the rush of the water. "What if it holds the answers we seek?" And in that moment, I realize, the myths are not just stories. They are the very essence of who we are, threads that bind us to the past, present, and future. The cosmos, the mountains, the rivers, they bleed into our lives, and we are forever entangled in their embrace. "Wait for me!" I shout, but the words dissolve into the roar of the river. She takes a step closer, and the world tilts. I reach out, desperately trying to grasp the fleeting moment, the fragile connection we share. The weight of our history presses down as she teeters on the brink, suspended between the known and the infinite unknown. And then, it happens, the moment freezes. My heart races, time stretches, and all at once, I see them, ghosts in the water, shadows of our ancestors, lost souls tangled in the myths we've inherited. They call to us, whispering secrets of the cosmos, tales of heartbreak, love, and loss. "Meris!" I scream again, raw and desperate, a plea that echoes through the mountains, reaching for the stars that blink down in silent judgment. I watch, heart in my throat, as she leans closer, teetering on the edge, caught between the pull of the river and the weight of the world above. The cosmos spins overhead, vast and indifferent, while the mountains stand as eternal witnesses. The river churns, dark and relentless, and I know, deep in my bones, that our story is not yet finished. The myths breathe, alive and pulsing, as I clutch the fragile thread of hope, ready to plunge into the unknown with my sister beside me, if only she will turn back, if only she will remember. The moment stretches on, each heartbeat reverberating through the air, a symphony of fear and longing, echoing against the mountains, carried by the river's relentless flow. We are bound by the stories of our ancestors, caught in the web of the cosmos, and as I breathe in that heady mixture of dread and possibility, I know we are only beginning to grasp the true weight of our existence. The wind howled like a banshee, a cold finger tracing the back of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I stood there, heart racing, staring into the inky blackness of the alley, where shadows twisted and danced with malicious intent. My breath came in shallow gasps as I clutched the crumpled note in my hand, each word inked in desperation, a plea for help that had arrived too late. I remember the first time I saw him. The light spilling from the tavern, his silhouette framed against the glow, Elias, the dreamer. He wore his heart like a lantern, yet it flickered widely, casting both warmth and fear. That night, we were swallowed by the crowd, laughter mingling with the sharp tang of ale. But beneath the revelry, beneath the laughter, lay shadows, my shadows, Elias's shadows, threatening to consume us. And then there was Maeve, a tempest in human form, her spirit ablaze with a fierce beauty. She danced with the flames of her anger, her eyes burning with unyielding passion. Yet, every time she smiled, I saw the cracks, the light barely breaking through. We were bound by a thread of unspoken words, haunted by the ghosts of our past. We were three souls tethered to this moment, yet pulled apart by the weight of our histories. But crisis was upon us, like a predator stalking its prey. I could hear the footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming closer, echoing through the empty streets. Shadows seemed to seep from the corners, wrapping around me like a lover's embrace, whispering secrets I wasn't ready to hear. Elias, I remember the way you always tried to chase the light. You tilt your face toward the sun, arms outstretched, as if you could catch it, hold it in your palms. But the harder you reached, the more shadows danced around you, mocking your futile attempts. The memory of his laughter, a melody now tainted by the threat of the darkness, made my heart ache. We had spoken of our dreams like children, naive and bright. Elias wanted to write stories that would change the world, and Maeve craved freedom, a life unshackled by expectations. I wanted to weave those dreams together, a tapestry of light woven through the fabric of our imperfect lives. But here we were, on the precipice of despair, the weight of our choices pressing down like a shroud. Maeve, I see you in the shadows and the light. You are both, yet neither. You wear your anger like armor, yet you tremble at the thought of vulnerability. I was afraid, not just for myself, but for the both of them. The shadows had teeth now, and they were hungry. As the footsteps grew louder, the tension tightened around us, a noose threatening to snap. The air crackled with a palpable energy, and I could feel Maeve's rage simmering just beneath the surface, a volcano ready to erupt. We can't just stand here, she hissed, her voice taut with urgency. We have to fight back. But fight what? The shadows that flickered at the edges of my mind? The fears that gnawed at my insides? I wished I could tell her that sometimes, the most powerful battles were fought within, against the shadows that clung to us like a second skin. Elias, please. If we run, they win. If we hide, we'll become shadows ourselves. My words were desperate, a plea wrapped in fear. I reached for him, but he recoiled, the flicker of light in his eyes dimming. I don't want to be afraid anymore, he whispered, the tremor in his voice slicing through the rising darkness. But what if the shadows are stronger? Each word hung in the air, a challenge, a truth that gnawed at my soul. I could feel the cold embrace of despair wrapping around us, squeezing the breath from my lungs. But it was then, in that suffocating moment, that I remembered the warmth of our laughter, the strength of our shared dreams. Remember the stories we told, the myths of light conquering darkness. I urged them. They weren't just tales, they were echoes of our souls. We carry that light within us, Elias. We must ignite it. The night trembled at my words, as if the cosmos itself paused to listen. The shadows recoiled, momentarily, as if contemplating our defiance. Maeve took a step forward, her spirit ignited by the flicker of hope. Then let's remind them who we are. And then we were three, standing together against the encroaching night, our hearts beating in synchrony, a drumroll of defiance against the chaos. The footsteps stopped, and a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in darkness, eyes glinting like shards of glass. It was a spectre of our fears, the embodiment of every doubt and insecurity. You think your light can repel me, it hissed, the voice a chilling echo that sent an icy shiver down my spine. I remember, I shouted, voice trembling but fierce, when we chose to believe. When we chose each other. The word surged through me like a tide, crashing against the walls of despair. Bright memories flickered in our minds, Elias's stories illuminating our nights, Maeve's laughter shattering the silence, our dreams tangled together like constellations in the sky. Those were our weapons, our shields against the encroaching darkness. The figure recoiled, a wisp of smoke caught in the wind. You think you can conquer me with memories? Not just memories, Maeve's voice rang out, fierce and unwavering. But the light of who we are, what we can become. In that moment, the shadows began to retreat, cowering before the brilliance of our unity, the power of our shared light. I felt the warmth seep through me, illuminating the dark corners of my soul where fear had taken root. And just as the shadows threatened to consume us, hope surged like a wave, pushing against the tide of despair. This is our fight, our lives. We will not be overshadowed. The darkness trembled, and for the first time, I understood, the shadows were not just foes, they were a part of us. They whispered truths, but they didn't define us. The battle was not merely against them, but for the light we carried, the dreams we held dear. With hearts ablaze, we stepped into the light. And as the shadows receded, it dawned on me that every flicker of light, every moment shared, was a reminder of our existence, a testament to the truth that in the dance of light and shadow, we are forever intertwined. I remember standing at that brink, where the world felt limitless yet perilous, a chaotic symphony of light and shadow. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. The sky was splintered with fury, a dark canvas painted with the shades of chaos. Thunder cracked like a whip, and in its wake, a chill crept through the air, palpable, suffocating. In the heart of this tumult stood Amaterasu, her brow furrowed, eyes blazing like twin suns, bright and fierce, yet seemingly eclipsed by shadows. The world was on fire, and she could feel it in her bones, every heartbeat a reminder of the storm brewing within. I remember the weight of her hesitation, a hesitation that clung to her like mist, thick and unyielding. "Sister!" Susanoo's voice sliced through the maelstrom, raw and laced with adrenaline, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. He emerged from the storm like a ghost summoned by the wind, wild hair a tempest, eyes like darkened skies, swirling with a tempestuous fury. He was both a magnificent warrior and a reckless child, his flaws woven into the very fabric of his being. The air crackled around him, echoing with the tension of their tangled histories. "You must see. The world withers without your light." His words hung there, jagged and sharp, inviting yet taunting. I felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, trembling in anticipation. Amaterasu's gaze hardened, a fragile resolve brewing like a bitter potion. "You don't understand, Susanoo. Every time you lash out, every time chaos spills from your hands, I feel the shadows creeping closer." Her voice trembled, but she masked it with fire, a futile shield against the rawness of their shared pain. I remember the moments that led them here, the laughter echoed in the halls of the heavens, the warmth of sunlit days fading into the cold darkness of betrayal. It was a family forged in love and fraught with discord, where the lines between light and darkness blurred into a dizzying dance. How easily joy morphed into anguish, and how the laughter turned to whispers of despair. The weight of their past hung in the air, heavy as a funeral shroud. "Look around you." Susanoo's voice boomed, rising above the crackling storm, desperate, pleading. "You hide away, cloaked in the shadows. But I am not the enemy. Your retreat into darkness only fuels my rage." His eyes shimmered with the reflection of 1,000 unspoken fears, the fear of being forgotten, of being cast aside. He was a tempest, yes, but one born from the desperate need to be seen, to be understood. Amaterasu's heart clenched, and I could almost feel it echoing in the stillness that wrapped around them, a silence that was deafening, choking. "It's not just you, brother," she whispered, her voice cutting through the storm like a fragile thread. "It's the world. I can feel it dying. I can feel the sun fading." The weight of her words hung in the air, an invisible chain anchoring her to the very ground that trembled beneath them. Memories drifted like ghosts, a time when laughter filled the air, when their playful banter ignited the heavens. I remember how they danced beneath the stars, their laughter weaving a tapestry of light against the night. But darkness was insidious, creeping in like an unwelcome guest, suffocating their joy, feeding off their insecurities, turning love into an unbearable burden. "Then let me fight for you." Susanoo roared, fists clenched, fury and love intertwining like ivy choking a tree. "Let me break the chains that bind you to this darkness. You are my sister, my blood. Together, we can reclaim the light." His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, a storm raging within, a plea for understanding, for unity amidst the chaos. But Amaterasu's heart was a fortress, fortified by fear and betrayal. "And what if I fall?" she whispered, a tremor of vulnerability slipping through her carefully curated facade. "What if I become the very shadow I fear? What if I cannot return?" The uncertainty clawed at her, a predator lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment of weakness to strike. And I remember the world around them. The air was thick with desperation, the ground trembling under the weight of their unspoken emotions, a cosmic dance spiraling toward inevitable collision. their stories intertwined, two celestial beings, bound by blood yet torn by their choices, weaving a narrative of light and darkness that echoed throughout the ages. As the storm raged, time felt suspended, each heartbeat amplified in the silence that followed their words. I felt it, a shudder of something profound, a moment on the precipice of change. Would they break apart, consumed by their fears, or would they rise, forged anew in the fiery crucible of their shared history? The air crackled with potential, thick with the promise of transformation, yet laced with the bitterness of uncertainty. The tension hung between them, an electric current that threatened to ignite. The shadows whispered, their voices like rustling leaves, echoing the truth neither dared to voice. What if their destinies were not bound by blood but by the choices they made? What if the very fabric of their existence unraveled in the wake of their fears? Amaterasu, Susanoo's voice softened, the storm within him fading to a whisper. I would fight the darkness for you. I would wear its scars if it meant bringing you back to the light. His vulnerability was raw, tearing down the walls he'd built, exposing the fragile heart beneath. Don't let the shadows win. Please. The world held its breath, suspended in that fragile moment, a heartbeat away from revelation. The sun and the storm, entwined in a desperate dance, fought for dominance over the infinite sky. I felt the echoes of their struggle reverberating through time, an eternal conflict that transcended their existence. And then, with a flicker of hope, a fleeting moment of clarity, something shifted. The storm began to recede, the shadows faltering, as the light of understanding crept into the cracks of their fractured bond. In that breath, in that heartbeat, I felt the world shift, the cosmos realigning, drawing them closer, binding their fates forever. But the conflict was not over, the echoes of their choices reverberated through the realms, whispering promises of confrontation yet to come. As the storm dissipated, the horizon glimmered with the first light of dawn, a fragile hope born from the ashes of despair. In that moment, as the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the path ahead, I realized that the true battle had only just begun. The tapestry of their lives, woven with threads of light and shadow, would continue to unravel, their stories forever intertwined in a cosmic dance of love, loss, and redemption. And while the storm had quieted, the echoes of their past would linger, haunting the edges of their hearts, reminding them that the night was never truly gone. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the empty hallways of the crumbling library, a husk of stone and wood that once throbbed with laughter and light. Shadows danced across the walls, flickering like the last breaths of ancient tales yearning to be told. A chill crept in, wrapping itself around the spine of Ilara, who stood frozen, fingers brushing the spine of an unremarkable book that felt like a coffin for lost stories. She could almost hear them whispering, begging for a voice to rise above the silence. I remember, she gasped, heart racing. The way Grandma used to tell those stories by the fire. Each syllable hung in the air like a ghost, underlining the weight of her loss. A deep ache pulsed within her, a relentless reminder of the moment slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The library had become a mausoleum of her childhood, where every shelf was a tombstone, and every story a life once vibrant, now faded into memory. Beside her, Marcus shifted uneasily, the weight of his own ghosts pressing heavily on his chest. The dark-haired boy she had once known was now a man marked by choices, decisions that had splintered his family, shattered trust like glass underfoot. We can't let them die, he said, voice trembling on the verge of breaking. These myths, they're all we have left. If we don't protect them, he trailed off, the unspoken fear hanging between them, a palpable tension that choked the air. I know, Ilara whispered, pulling at her own heartstrings. But how do we save something that feels so far gone? Her eyes darted to the tattered pages before her, ink fading like memories unwritten. What if we're too late? Just then, a loud crash echoed through the library, sending both of them jumping. Dust rained down like memories lost, and in that moment of chaos, they were drawn into a confrontation with the past. The shadows seemed to shift, growing darker, as if the spirits of the stories they sought to preserve had emerged to contest their resolve. Look! Marcus pointed to a corner where the light barely penetrated, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness. She stepped forward, a woman with eyes like molten silver, her presence a storm in the stillness. You cannot save what you do not understand, she said, voice a low hum, resonating with something primal. These tales are not mere stories, they are the threads of life itself. They breathe, they bleed.
Who are you?
Ilara felt her chest tighten, the air thick with an electric fear.
What do you want from us?
The woman smiled, a haunting curve of lips that sent shivers crawling up Ilara's spine. I am the Keeper, she declared, and the name shimmered in the air, heavy with significance. I guard the myths, the truths buried beneath layers of time. But time, like a river, cannot be dammed. It flows, and if you wish to hold its current, you must be willing to confront its depths. Ilara felt her heart pound against her ribs, her mind racing. But how? How do we do this? She reached out, trembling fingers almost brushing the Keeper's sleeve, longing for guidance. Marcus stood beside her, a silent pillar of resolve, but doubt flickered in his eyes. Stories are born from pain, joy, love, loss. They are the essence of who we are. If you wish to preserve them, you must share your own truths, even the ones that terrify you. Speak. The Keeper's eyes glimmered with an unsettling intensity, demanding that they own their voices. Only by revealing the rawness of your existence can you weave the tapestry anew. Ilara's breath hitched. But my truths, they are fractured. How can I share them when fear clutches my throat? She thought of her grandmother's laughter, the warmth of those evenings by the fire, now so distant against the cold stone of reality. Fear is a part of the tale, the Keeper replied, and her voice echoed in the hollow of Ilara's chest. Do not shy away from it. Let it fuel your fire. That spark ignited deep within her. I remember, she began, her voice growing stronger, a pulse of determination threading through her trembling words. I remember the stories of shadows that walked among us, of the monsters hiding under the bed, but I also remember the heart that beat like a war drum in my chest every time I faced them. Marcus stepped closer, emboldened by Ilara's courage. I remember the night my brother left, his silhouette swallowed by the city's embrace, leaving nothing but echoes of laughter that turned to screams in the dark. The shadows stirred, as if responding to their confessions, drawing nearer. And so they stood, two souls stripped bare in the dim glow of the library, sharing pieces of their fractured hearts, their voices rising in a cacophony of truths that melded into a single, powerful hymn. They spoke of love lost, of dreams shattered, of the myths that held them captive even as they sought freedom. Each word wove them deeper into the fabric of time, binding their fates to the stories they sought to revive. The Keeper watched, a ghostly smile curling her lips. The library pulsed with energy, alive with the essence of their truths, echoing off the stone walls like a heartbeat, a life renewed. You see, she murmured, as long as you breathe, the stories have a chance to live. With every heartbeat, Ilara felt the weight of their mission swell. The myths were not just remnants, they were living, breathing entities waiting to be revived. She glanced at Marcus, his eyes glistening with the light of shared pain and hope. We will not let them die, she vowed, the words igniting the air around them. The shadows danced closer, whispering secrets as the Keeper faded back into the darkness, yet her presence lingered, an echo of promise. Keep telling the stories. Keep living them. And in that moment, they understood, the future of the myths rested not in preservation alone, but in the relentless retelling, the raw, unfiltered truth of existence that pulsed like electricity in their veins. The night enveloped them, a cloak of uncertainty and potential, as they prepared to step into the abyss, ready to unleash the stories of their souls. The clock continued to tick, its hands relentless, but they would not be silenced. The tales would rise again, carved into the hearts of generations yet to come, echoing through time like a song that never ends. And as the darkness wrapped around them, they felt the weight of history shifting, breathing anew. The future of the myths was alive, and they would be its guardians.